Mic check, 1 2 1 2, check check. 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 Mic check, 1 2 1 2, check check.
Folks, we're just going to give 2 more minutes for people to trickle in and settle into their seats, and then we'll call the meeting to order. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call to order our February 13th public hearing. And to start our meeting off, I want to just say thank you very, very much to everyone who's joined us today. We are grateful. We know it's been a big trip for some of you. We know the weather wasn't wonderful, but today's a really important day for our committee. We're trying to make really good efforts and strides to pass legislation that matters to veterans, in particularly our disabled veterans who live in the state. And so we've done our best, as we mentioned at the last meeting, to put all of the bills that have been introduced by our colleagues that make the lives of senior and disabled veterans as comfortable as possible in the state. And that is the theme and agenda for our public hearing today. So we welcome every one of you here. I know a lot of you have never testified before a committee of the General Assembly before. And for that, I want to tell you this is a very friendly audience and we welcome you with open arms and we really look forward to hearing from you. With that, as I think I forgot to say at the beginning, I'm State Representative Jamie Foster. I represent Ellington, East Windsor, and Vernon, and I am the House co-chair of the Veterans and Military Affairs Committee. This is my co-chair, Senator Honig, and I'll allow him to make a few remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll echo everything that the chair just said there. This is a really important day here where we're going to try to get to work to, hear about legislation that's going to make things better for veterans. So looking forward to getting to work here. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce our Senate Ranking Member, Senator Jeffrey Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. State Senator Jeff Gordon, 35th District, proud to represent Ashford, Coventry, Chaplin, Eastford, Ellington, Hampton, Stafford, Thompson, Union, Vernon, Wellington, and Woodstock. I'm looking forward to the public hearing. We have a lot to hear from you today. I look forward to it. I've been reading through testimony that's been submitted and looking forward to getting started, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And next, House Ranking Member, Representative Mark Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I represent the 62nd District. I'm looking forward to hearing the testimony today and reading the written testimony. And I'd encourage those who are testifying who online, in person or online, to also submit written testimony. It allows us to refer back to it. And those who didn't sign up in time, please submit written testimony. It really has a big impact on the final version of the legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I think it's important also to note for those of you who are here today that we have a 3-minute amount of time that we allow each speaker to speak, with the exception of the members of our departments, we allow to go up to 10 minutes. Any member of this committee can ask a question of the member of the public as they talk, and you should feel free to answer the question to the best of your ability. And it's totally acceptable to say that you're not sure if you don't know. And we really look forward to hearing from each and every one of you today, and your voices matter. So without further ado, the first person who I'd like to call upon to testify in our public hearing is Senator Gadker Wilcox.
Mike, I'm sorry. So, hi, everyone. I'm Senator Sujata Gadkar Wilcox. Thank you very much again to the committee for all the work that you're doing on behalf of veterans, on behalf of their families. I would like to reserve my time. Actually, I'm here to support the testimony of a constituent from Trumbull, Mary Liggins, who's a very active and involved member of our community, as was her husband, Fred Liggins. And we're asking on Reyes Bill number 1276 to extend that look back period because just by happenstance in a matter of several months, she's not eligible for benefits that she would otherwise be entitled to. And so she's going to come and testify about the significance of that. But I'm here to support that, and Representative Kit as well. And you'll hear from other members in the district in Trumbull. But let me turn it over to Mary for her testimony. Thank you so much for allowing us to testify today.
Thank you. My name is Mary Liggins. I'm a surviving spouse of a permanent and total disabled veteran, First Lieutenant Alfred J. Liggins, Jr. My husband died of his disability on August 6, 2023, leaving me and our college-age daughter heartbroken. My husband began to get extremely sick in 2017. The complications from his disabilities had him in the hospital from September 2017 to February 2018, with me commuting from Trumbull to Boston. Mass General Hospital deemed him complicated due to the layers of illnesses he had from his disabilities. 3 pages were identified from the VA. Once he came home in February 2018, he was never able to drive again and couldn't read from being visually and physically impaired. We had to transform the first floor so we could stay downstairs and put an ADA accessible bathroom with a roll-in shower on the first floor as well. We got ramps, wheelchairs, Hoyer lifts, hospital beds, all from the VA, thankfully. The next 5 years were challenging. I had the honor to care for him in our home. My daughter watched from middle school into college as my husband, her dad, suffered through his illnesses. The house that we live in happens to be the house my husband's mother and father built in the 1940s in Trumbull. My husband grew up in that house and he died there as well. Once he died, family and friends, and even myself, knew that I would not be able to afford to live here much longer. Having a mortgage with more than 17 years left, living on a Bridgeport teacher salary, and having a child in college. But then in October of 2024, I received a letter explaining the new tax exemption. I immediately made calls asking if surviving spouses were included, and it was confirmed that we were. That news gave me an assurance that I could stay in my house, that I would save out $8,000 in taxes a year. In January, I called my tax assessor and found out even though I submitted all the paperwork for the exemption, I was not eligible because my husband died prior to the bill of 10/1/24. I was devastated to hear this news. I knew immediately that it meant I would have a very hard time staying in our home that has been in the family for over 80 years. I just couldn't understand how I became ineligible. I have been excluded as a surviving spouse, and that my husband's sacrifice, his suffering, isn't being acknowledged because he died more than 4 months ago. I am asking please to adjust and amend the bill to include surviving spouses prior to 10/1/24. Our veterans still suffered through their disabilities, and our families cared for and watched the painful struggles daily until they no longer could fight the battle. Please do not exclude us.
Thank you, Mrs. Liggins. I don't want to make you answer any questions, but if members of the committee have anything for you, do you want to stay with us? You don't have to. It's up to you. All right. Do any members of the committee have any questions? Well, I just want to tell you that we spoke over the phone and your story is moving and we're hearing you. So thank you for coming. It means a lot that you're here. Thank you for your family's service.
Thank you.
The next person on the agenda today is from the Attorney General's office, Attorney Joseph Gasser.
Morning, Representative Foster, Senator Honig, Representative Anderson, and Senator Gordon, and the rest of the distinguished members of the Veterans and Military Affairs Committee. My name is Joe Gasser. I'm an Assistant Attorney General in the Consumer Protection section. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the Attorney General's office in support of Reyes Bill 6909. This bill is a piece of simple, common sense legislation that protects Connecticut's veterans. Bill 6909 incorporates into Connecticut law a long-standing federal prohibition against charging veterans for acting as an agent or an attorney in assisting with preparing for or filing claims for VA benefits. For decades, federal law has required individuals who act as an agent or attorney in the preparation, presentation, or prosecution of any claim for VA benefits to be approved by the VA. For nearly 20 years, the regulations under that statute have prohibited charging veterans, except as permitted under the law, and that includes a prohibition on charging veterans for preparing or helping prepare an initial claim for benefits. However, in the last few years, the VA, as well as the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and other state regulators, have warned about unlawful coaching or consulting services, charging fees to help veterans prepare benefits applications that can add up to tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. Concerningly, these services often charge veterans as a function of the benefits that they may later receive, just when veterans need that financial help the most. Unfortunately, the federal regulations prohibiting these unlawful charges lack an enforcement mechanism. And that's what this bill does. It makes it a violation of CUTPA to violate those federal provisions, allowing the state to step in and fill the enforcement gap. Illinois, New Jersey, New York, and Maine all have similar statutes. The bill also requires that providers of these services disclose to the veteran that free VA-accredited services are available. These include VA-accredited veteran service organizations, or VSOs, but there's also the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the VFW, and the American Legion, which offer free services to veterans pursuing benefits applications. Bill 6909 also requires providers of these assistance services to have any qualifications that are required by federal law. Now, I saw the testimony before the General Law Committee on Monday, and I understand there may be concerns about whether this bill would have the effect of eliminating an important service for veterans, particularly those who require paid assistance dealing with a denied application for benefits. But critically, Bill 6909, like the federal law, does not prohibit charging veterans for assistance in pursuing appeals of benefit denials, as long as the person is qualified under VA regulations. In summary, Bill 6909 is a narrow but important measure that provides an enforcement mechanism to key federal laws protecting our veterans, and the Office of the Attorney General supports its passage. Thank you again, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for joining us today. You brought an interesting concern to our attention, the attention of this committee, or certainly to myself, and I'm grateful for your advocacy on behalf of the veterans of the state. I am curious about the nature of lawsuits with similar organizations or companies. I understand that often they're sort of coined as veterans benefit sharks. I'm curious about the nature of AG actions in other states and how those are going.
I'm not specifically aware of any other enforcement actions that have occurred yet. The legislation in the other states that I mentioned is relatively new. So at this point, I don't have information on ongoing investigations or litigation, but I'm happy to look and see if there is anything and be in touch with your office, Representative Foster.
I appreciate that. It's my understanding that the Attorney General in New Jersey is prosecuting companies, a company who's pursuing this sort of action. Can you let us know a little bit, to the best of your knowledge, about the federal framework that allows people to support veterans in their interactions with assistance for enrolling in programs? Is there a credentialing requirement? Is there some sort of federal requirement for the folks that help people enroll in these programs or services?
There is, under federal law, under the statute and the regulations, there is an accreditation process that individuals or organizations can go through to become accredited to provide those services, some of which are eligible to charge veterans under certain circumstances, such as a denial, and some of which are required not to charge and be free. That's all contained within the federal statute and regulations.
And is it your understanding that the companies who are coined with the term veterans benefit shark, are they accredited typically?
My understanding is that they are not accredited as agents or attorneys, which is the keystone under the federal statute and regulations.
And is there a federal mechanism to enforce this action?
There is not, specifically related to charging veterans for preparing an application. There is a provision under the federal statute that penalizes withholding of veterans' benefits, but there's not a similar mechanism with respect to charging a veteran for services provided. So that's what this bill seeks to do, is provide that enforcement mechanism.
So would it be accurate for me to say that it is already against the federal framework of who's supposed to be providing these services, but there's no mechanism to hold people accountable when they're behaving this way? And this will allow our state to protect our veterans in a way that's not currently available.
Exactly, Representative.
I appreciate it. Any other members of the committee? Representative Vale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Just to kind of follow up on her line of questioning. If there's already federal law in place, would this mirror the federal law exactly, or does this go a step and beyond?
With respect to prohibiting the unlawful charges, it mirrors federal law exactly. It actually refers in section B 1 through 3. It simply says, or it literally quotes from or cites to the Code of Federal Regulations and says you cannot charge a charge that violates those provisions. So it doesn't impose any new restrictions on that conduct. There are new requirements in terms of some disclosures that these support organizations are required to provide, but there's no other new substantive imposition that this bill makes. It's not already part of federal law.
Are there, again, the title of this bill would make anyone support it, but who are we classifying as sharks? Are there good people out there that maybe charge a fee to help veterans receive their benefits? Are there good actors that may charge a fee to help people out?
It's certainly possible. I think that there may be entities out there that may be violating the law, although not with an malicious intent. But the concern behind the federal regulations and the federal statute is that the application for benefits is something that I think in large part the veteran has to do. And so for an agency or an entity to charge the veteran for their services in sort of coaching or counseling somebody to do that, the theory is they're not providing a lot of value to the veteran and charging potentially exorbitant amounts. And as I said, Representative Vale, the bill, like the federal law, does not prohibit qualified providers for charging for services after a denial when there may be complex legal or medical or causation issues that the veteran needs to work through. An accredited attorney or agent can help for a fee in those circumstances.
I'm going to tell you what my concerns are. So as I've been on this committee, I learned a lot about our municipal veterans organizations that we have in Connecticut that weren't providing, some of them weren't providing the veterans with enough information about the programs that are available to them. I happen to represent a community that goes above and beyond in that regard in my district, and especially in Somers, Connecticut, where they help that and they work with VSOs and they come in. But to me, when people say, what are you guys doing for veterans programs up here? I think there are a ton of veterans programs that are available. It's just very difficult for the veteran to go on and find out all that's available to them, whether it's through the state, the federal government, local municipalities, tax breaks, nonprofits, private. But some people, so if you live in some towns, you get a better benefit than others. So my concern, and I live in a community where we actually had a gentleman take advantage of veterans. So this is kind of near and dear to the tune of $500,000. So I certainly understand this, but I also don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. If there are good people out there picking up where the state and some of our towns are slacking to help veterans get their benefits, I don't want us to miss an opportunity. And when we say sharks, the gentleman in my district was a shark, and there's other sharks out there. But I want to know if there's people who aren't sharks that are just trying to help people, and it's for profit, as long as people know what they're going into. And if these agencies, I'm not overly familiar with it, but again, like I said, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater till I really know, like, if are all these companies, agencies, advocacy groups, whatever, are they all sharks, or are some good practice? And how does that align up with the federal law? If they allow it at the federal level, they allow some, like, I want to hear more about it. I'm not totally convinced 100% on this bill yet. So I'll listen. I'm sure there's more people in here that are going to testify on it, but I do have concerns if there's a small for-profit business that's helping veterans, I'm okay with that. So I want to hear more about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Vale. I apologize. I inadvertently overpassed my co-chair, Senator Honig.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gasser, I'm shocked and kind of horrified to hear that some veterans are being charged tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars to help them fill out paperwork for benefits that they earned. I'm wondering, presently, is there any recourse to veterans who've been, taken through this type of activity, in civil court?
I can't foreclose that there may be some theory out there, but one of the real core benefits of this bill is that it provides that enforcement mechanism under CUTPA, both for the state, and then if there is a private individual, a veteran who's been harmed, they would then have the enforcement mechanism under General Statutes 42-110G to bring a private CUTPA action to recover damages for that loss.
So this legislation would make it not only going forward, making sure that this did not happen to veterans, but this would also provide a mechanism for veterans who have been taken in the past to have some sort of recourse in civil court.
Correct, and that's Section C of the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ciccarella.
Thank you. Thank you for coming before us today and pointing out a possible concern. Anytime anyone in our state is getting taken advantage of by a scammer or a bad actor, I think it's important that we take action, and DCP is the agency that does that. So I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. But we heard a little bit of questioning about some veterans needing access to the benefits, and some towns may not be able to provide the resources as well as others. So sometimes veterans are lost. They need some assistance. And there are services that will help them apply for certain benefits. And I'm just looking at the website now. There's multiple different types of benefits depending on your specific service, your health issues. There's different forms. There's different things you're available for. And along with that are tons of documents that you have to get together. And I could see it to be a challenge. I have to help my father download an application on his phone. So I could see how this could be very challenging for somebody that might not be tech savvy. A lot of it's online. So there may be companies out there that are bad actors and clearly taking advantage of individuals. But the question I think we were trying to make sure there's not an unintended consequence of good actors that are providing a service at a reasonable fee to help the veterans when they need it. And in the event that there is a group or business or an entity that is providing that service at a reasonable rate, if this is passed, would they be violating the law?
It depends exactly what the service is that they provide. I think the important thing to remember is this bill does not take off the table any service or recourse for veterans that's currently on the table. Anything that's prohibited by this law, particularly the first several subsections, is already by definition prohibited under federal law. So this doesn't eliminate or get rid of any options that a veteran currently has. But in terms of whether a specific business's model might constitute acting as an agent or an attorney, which is the touchstone under the federal law, it would depend on the facts and circumstances.
Okay, I know it's challenging and there's probably many facts because of all of the different situations that a veteran may be in, but I'll give a simple one. A company is going to provide the service of helping them fill out all of the forms for a benefit that they're entitled to. And it's a clear upfront fee. They even say you could do this on your own for free. Go online, you could go here, do this. But if you want us to do it for $500 and help them get it done correctly, so they're not going to be in a situation where they were denied, then have to pay an attorney a substantial sum more for appealing that. Would the person that just charged that simple fee, flat fee, disclosed it could be done on their own for nothing, would they be in trouble? And would they ultimately end up having to stop providing this service to the veterans that could essentially be helping them?
Again, it's hard to respond to a hypothetical, but under the federal law, the question really is whether they're acting as an agent or an attorney on behalf of the person. So I'm sure there are situations where providing information, would not count as acting as an agent or an attorney. But as the federal law is written, anyone that acts as an agent or attorney in preparing or prosecuting a claim for benefits and charged for that is violating the law.
Interesting. Because I just think about other state benefits. There's multiple agencies that are paid to help someone navigate through a process, to help someone get benefits they're entitled to. And I would just see this to be very similar. And I completely understand what the intended consequence is, but I just wanted to make sure we're not going to really put forward an unintended consequence that will limit access or streamline processes for benefits to be provided to the veterans that they deserve. So I just want to just kind of be mindful of that. This came up in general law, and it's just something that, again, at face value, we should all be supporting, but I just want to make sure the way it's written, that it's not going to hinder people from getting help that they need. So thank you for answering my questions, and I'm sure there'll be a little bit more back and forth to clarify whether that's going to be a problem or not.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I appreciate your questions. Thank you. Next, Vice Chair Delaney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you here, Mr. Gasser. Thank you for joining us today. I have 3 questions. First, so is it my understanding that the issue is not with veteran service organizations who are accredited to be able to give this service, but specifically those organizations that claim to give this service but do not have the federal accreditation and are not in compliance with those federal standards?
That's exactly right.
And so, second, it's also my understanding that it is already in federal statute illegal for any of these organizations to provide the service without having this federal accreditation?
Correct.
And that what you're advocating for today in the Attorney General's testimony is specifically to allow the enforcement of from our state to these organizations, saying that if you do not have a federal accreditation, if you are not performing to standard, you are in violation of the policy and the law.
Exactly right.
Got it. And that's specifically because we do not have an enforcement mechanism currently at the federal level. And so by providing it under CUPTA, or apologize if I say that wrong, but by putting it under CUPTA, we would be allowing an enforcement mechanism to allow the Attorney General to make sure that our veterans at the ground level aren't taken advantage of here in Connecticut.
That's correct, Representative.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Any other questions from members? Yep, Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can certainly understand the comments that have been made by my colleagues about wanting to make certain that we're protecting veterans and their families in these circumstances, but not certainly going overboard and having unintended consequences that could limit. They're trying to get good faith and good advice and help. One question I do have is, you may not know the answer, and I'm happy to get an answer later, is if one is looking for enforcement mechanism here in the state of Connecticut, is it being anticipated that there's going to be a request for additional staff or additional funds through the budget? I'm just asking as a member of an appropriations committee just how this might work logistically from an enforcement mechanism.
I'm not aware of any additional enforcement demands this would require. But again, take that from an AAG who is far from the budget side of things.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing no further questions, thank you so much for your testimony today. I appreciate you being here with us. I'm sure we'll be reaching out.
Thank you.
The next speaker on the list is State Representative Steve Weir.
Good morning, Chairs Honig and Foster and ranking members Anderson and Gordon. State Rep Steve Weir from the great 55th District, House District, here in support of Senate Bill 1276. And with me is a constituent, Rachel Clark, who's a Gold Star widow. I would like to yield my time to her.
you. Thank you, Chair Honig and Foster and ranking members Gordon and Anderson. Thank you for listening on this important topic. I'm Rachel Clark. I'm a Gold Star spouse, and I'm testifying on SB 1276, an act concerning a property tax exemption for veterans who are permanently and totally disabled based on a disability rating of 100% and a property tax exemption for Gold Star spouses. My husband, Master Sergeant Michael Clark, dedicated over 22 years of his life to serving our country. His commitment included 5 deployments, humanitarian missions, and numerous tours that significantly impacted his life and those around him. Mike was an invaluable member of a forward surgical team, a highly mobile medical unit that provided emergency surgery and resuscitation to injured service members near the front lines, a true embodiment of courage and dedication. When he wasn't deployed, Mike worked as a surgical technologist in the operating rooms of Connecticut Children's Medical Center, Manchester Hospital, and the Bone and Joint Institute. He was a dedicated husband, father, soldier, and friend, known for his contagious smile, infectious laughter, and unwavering zest for life. His patriotism was strong, and his love for our family was immeasurable. Mike genuinely gave his all in everything he did, and he truly was an American hero. Tragically, Mike's life was cut short on July 20th, 2022, while on active duty orders at Fort Gordon, Georgia. While he was teaching a medical class in a field tent, he and 9 other soldiers were struck by lightning. Mike was the only soldier that didn't make it that day. His death, ruled and as an accident, left me devastated. At just 41, he left behind not only me, but also our 2 young children, Logan and Haley. Now, as a widow, I find myself navigating a life I never imagined facing. Recently, I learned of a bill that passed to exempt veterans with a disability rating of 100% from property taxes. To my dismay, I found that Gold Star spouses and families of veterans who died while serving were excluded. Many Gold Star families are grappling not just with emotional burdens, but with the significant financial difficulties. The demanding reality of daily responsibility often steals the time needed for processing grief. When Mike passed, my world stopped. However, life continued on around me, with all of its obligations, including mortgage payments, car maintenance, and other living expenses. Extending this property tax exemption to Gold Star spouses would provide much-needed relief during an already overwhelming time. It is a small but significant step towards supporting families who are carrying additional burdens without the love and support of their military spouses. In honor of my husband, and for the sake of all Gold Star families enduring similar hardships, I call on our community and lawmakers to consider the needs of those who have sacrificed so much. Let's not forget our heroes or the families they have left behind.
Thank you so much for your testimony with us today. I know it's probably very hard, and I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Any members of our committees have any questions? Rep. Anderson.
Thank you, Ms. Clark, for your testimony and for your family's service, and sorry for your loss. I hadn't seen the written testimony. I hope you submitted, or maybe it's just pending. But thank you. Make a good case.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you being here, and sorry for your loss. Next, I'd like to call upon the VA Commissioner, Ron Welch.
Good afternoon to our co-chairs, Senator Honig, Representative Foster, Ranking Member Senator Gordon, and Representative Anderson, members of the Veterans and Military Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to spend a little bit of time with you today and talk about the Connecticut Veterans Cemetery. Some written testimony has been submitted. I'm going to walk through it now. The current Connecticut Veterans Cemetery is located at 317 Bow Lane in Middletown, Connecticut. It officially opened on the 1st of November, 1985. The cemetery is the only state-owned and operated veterans cemetery in Connecticut. There are a total of 17,772 burial plots in the cemetery, including 11,584 full casket plots, 3,138 plots for buried cremains and 3,000 columbarium niches. Eligibility for burial in a cemetery is governed by Title 38 of the U.S. Code 2402 and Connecticut General Statute Section 27122B. The cemetery maintains compliance with both eligibility references as a requirement for participation in the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs Cemetery Grant Program, which states, territories, and tribal governments, it assists them in providing grave sites for veterans in those areas where the federal National Cemetery Administration cannot fully satisfy the burial needs. Additionally, the Connecticut Department of Veterans Affairs applies for and receives on behalf of the state of Connecticut a plot allowance for, from the VA Benefits Administration. That plot allowance is $985 for cremains as well as traditional 4x8 burials. As a grant eligible cemetery, Department of Veterans Affairs must maintain all three of those burial options: the full casket burial, buried cremains, and the columbarium interments to remain eligible for the grants. Payment of the plot allowances is made by the Veterans Benefit Administration. The average burial rate in this cemetery over the last 5 years has been 763 burials per year. This average includes the initial and subsequent burials. As of the 1st of February 2025, there were 1,990 available casket plots, 677 available buried cremain plots, and 1,767 available columbarium niches at the cemetery. The average rate of usage for all of these three types of plots most recently is 169 casket burials, 273 per year buried cremains, and 160 per year in the columbarium niches. At this rate of usage, we project the depletion of available casket plots in December 2036, buried cremains in August 2027, and the columbarium niches in June of 2035. Department of Veterans Affairs has actively sought out additional property for the expansion of our current cemetery or the establishment of a new cemetery since 2018. So this really is not new news. The agency's been trying to get this done since 2018. We continue to work very closely with Department of Administrative Services to obtain suitable property to meet the needs of our veterans. And we most recently, Department of Administrative Services published a request for proposal on our behalf on the 31st of January, 2025, seeking 50 plus buildable acres of land suitable to use. The 50 buildable acres is recommended as a minimum based on the National Cemetery Administration grant design criteria for the establishment of a new cemetery, yielding 20 to 40 years of capacity. Cemetery construction would occur in several phases. The first phase would focus on putting the infrastructure in place. You can realize that there's a lot of infrastructure needed. There's power, there's water, there's road networks as well as drainage, along with the most pressing need, which is for the buried cremains plots. Follow-on phases based on the rate of depletion would include casket plots and columbarium niches. Our department currently has $3 million in bonding. We received that last December to assist us with the acquisition development of a master property plan and the initial site development of property to support the establishment of a new cemetery. Department of Veterans Affairs will submit a grant proposal for construction costs to the federal VA for consideration as soon as we have a title. We have to have a title in hand before we can submit that application. The grant application process is on an annual cycle. The grant cannot be approved without a clear title in hand for the property itself. The next grant application cycle is the 1st of July, 2025. with a possible selection in October of 2025. Failure to obtain buildable property suitable for use as a cemetery jeopardizes our participation in the Veteran Cemetery Grant Program, risks our ability to continue providing Connecticut veterans and their dependents the final resting place they so richly deserve, and may impact our eligibility to receive further plot allowances. Thank you very much for your time today, and I'll take your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to call upon first Vice Chair Lesser to ask you a few questions.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, and thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony and for your service with the agency. Just a question about the cemetery issue. I'm fortunate to represent Middletown, and we are honored to be the host community for the State Veterans Cemetery, and it's a wonderful thing, and it's a beautiful facility that you maintain very well. It is 24 acres, is my understanding, thereabouts, and has served Connecticut. I think it was been in service since 1984. So
84, 85, correct.
yeah, and so it's, as I understand it, its current life, it's expected to go until about 2032 when you'll reach capacity. Is that about right?
For us to be able to comply with the federal Veterans Cemetery Administration, we have to be able to perform all three to get any kind of reimbursement. We'll be out of space 2027.
Oh, 2027. Okay.
To be able to perform those three functions that I talked about. The first one we're going to run out of are the 4x4 plots for cremated remains.
I see. So, and the guidelines, so we had 20, well, I guess it's less than 50 years, but we got about 40 years, 45 years with a 24 acres. But you said that the federal guidelines require a 50-acre plot.
Correct.
And so does that mean if we were to find a spot, I mean, I want to figure out a way to make this happen, to make sure that we have a facility that works for the department and meets the needs of the veterans community. What I'm just curious about it, do we need to have a 50-acre plot? If we have less than that, would that mean that we're ineligible for federal funding?
If it was in very close proximity to the current location, it would be considered an annex. Once you expand out, and it looks like we may have to do that right now to a different location, it's considered a new cemetery construction. And that requires a minimum of 50 acres.
I see. Okay. So if we find a location in Middletown, it could be less than 50, well, close proximity. We'll have to figure out
It
what
would
that
have to be
is.
close proximity, and we'd have to do some coordination to check with the administration and find out if they would provide funding to support it or not.
Well, thank you very much for those answers. Look forward to working with you and the agency.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lesser. Next, I'd like to call upon our former chair, Rep. Anthony Nolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
How are you, Representative?
We've talked on numerous occasions about what we're trying to do with the cemetery property. What's been the hardship close to where we are? How come we're not able to get the property where we are?
Yeah, there was some property that was donated several years ago to the city. We thought we may be able to purchase that back. Unfortunately, that didn't work out. So we spent a lot of time working closely with the city and with Department of Administrative Services to see if we could procure that property. It's not going to work out on that particular plot.
Okay, and you talked about the annex. So when you're adding to the existing property, the difference in the annex and the new construction, is that for the town or just period? When you have something that's not close, it doesn't become part of the annex?
Yeah, when it's not close, it becomes new cemetery, which requires another set of equipment.
Okay.
And many other things. But it's the infrastructure when it's a new cemetery that you have to make sure you put in place with that drainage, the road network. Now there's a requirement for additional parking in a new cemetery type space. We didn't have that same requirement prior in the current cemetery that we're in right now.
And the new cemetery would include the service buildings.
Yes.
You know,
There has to be a committal shelter. There has to be an area for storage of all the equipment. Those types of things have to be part of the new construction.
okay. And the final question would be, how far can how far can you look out to get property? Does it have to be close, or can it be in another town? Could it be in southeastern Connecticut? Could it be a little northern?
To be considered an annex, it has to be in close proximity. As far as that exact distance, we'll have to research that and get back to you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You
Thank
bet.
you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Nolan. Next, Representative Hubert Delaney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, it's great to see you.
Thank you.
I want to start off by thanking you first for your service as a soldier, an officer, and then second for your service as our commissioner. It's
you.
been wonderful speaking to you on many occasions about this topic. I have two questions. First about the expansion of an annex, and then second about the purchase of new property. Within, approximately how much would it cost us to be able to expand an annex onto the current plot of land?
That all depends. If we were able to purchase the other plot that we were looking at, we had done an initial application. The federal VA was going to provide about $4 million for that expansion. It really depends on the size of the property that you're able to attain. That really is the first step. Once you have that title in hand, then the federal VA, the application's filled out and they evaluate everything and they come back to you and tell you how much money they'd be willing to grant you.
Well, and I guess my second question would be, how much would it cost? How much would it then cost the state to expand to a new plot of land? I understand that it's going to be more construction, making sure that we're up to federal guidelines and code.
Right. We don't have an answer for that because it depends again on the plot. Are we going to get 50 acres, 100 acres? How big of a piece of property will we be able to procure? I can say that we are grateful to have received the $3 million in bonding last December, because that really is the start for us to be able to purchase something, working closely with Department of Administrative Services, and then we kind of take it to the next step.
Yes, sir. And thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Rep. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, are you considering anywhere in the state suitable, or does it need to be somewhat central?
We talked about that. In ideally, central part of the state would take care of all veterans, but our research shows us that the highest veteran population right now, the density is the highest out in the eastern part. Out of the 146,000 veterans, 46,000 live in eastern Connecticut. A lot of that has to do with submarine base, and a lot of retirees in the area from the Navy. Also out there, electric boat. A lot of folks are prior service military that work at electric boat and they retire in the area. Coast Guard Academy is there. So it's a highly dense populated veteran area.
And last question, without naming any particular location, do you think there's been a thorough search of property already owned by the state that might be available?
Great question. We've worked since I went into the job 20 months ago. Previous Commissioner, Tom Sawyer mentioned to me that this needs to be a real big priority. Talked to the governor about it, and we launched into really looking hard at that point in time 20 months ago. And we started to work with administrative services. They have reviewed surplus property. We have looked at a couple of those plots. And, I think anything's still on the table. If something becomes available on the surplus side, we could take another look at that. We just felt like we really needed to lean forward and get this thing going. And that's why the request for proposal went out. There was an initial request back in 2018. This one has been revised and it went out. It was written around the 31st and published around the 31st of January. So it's out there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Before I pass it on to Senator Gordon, I'd like to take a moment to just highlight that there is this request for proposals that's already posted, and I'd like it sort of stated on the record that if a community is thinking that they'd like to host, they should check for that request for proposals because the committee really wants to support this effort to find new land. And so we'd like that message to get out. Senator Gordon.
It's good. It's good to see you again,
for your
Commissioner.
time.
Thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you.
I know you've talked about that, a timeline of running out of space with the current cemetery and that there would need to be lead time if a new cemetery is found, purchased, then get that up to speed with whatever specifications are required to be able to be used. So my question to you is that it sounds like to me that given as time is going on, we're running out of space. We don't have really any other space to accommodate the annual needs. And given the lead time for new space to be brought up to speed, that this has really become quite a bit of an urgency at this point for us to really, move forward, deal with as a legislature, as you're working as well to try to find suitable land that can serve as the cemetery. Am I correct in that?
You're absolutely correct.
Thank you. And again, that just highlights why we're looking to do what we can do. And I'm very supportive of the efforts of the department and the state to see what we can do to find suitable land for a cemetery and what we can then do through appropriations to support that happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator.
We thank Rep. Carpino for introducing the bill that we raised today. And thank you, Commissioner Welch, for serving in this role and helping us help veterans. Is there any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for testifying with us today, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate everything all of you do to support our veterans and military.
Thank you. Next is Representative Martin Fonsello. Thank you for joining us, Representative.
Thank you. Good morning, Co-Chairs Foster, Honig, Ranking Members Anderson and Gordon, members of the Veterans and Military Affairs Committee. On behalf of the House Republican Caucus, we appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony in support of House Bill 6735, an act prohibiting the sale of real property near state or federal military installations to a foreign entity. I'm a retired Army officer with 28 years of service, and I'm also a retired officer from the Department of Homeland Security with 16 additional years of service. For that entire period of service, I've worked as an intelligence officer. This bill is near and dear to my heart as I have worked at the federal, state, and local levels to prevent foreign actors from collecting intelligence on military installations and trying to gain a military advantage over us. National security remains a top priority for Congress and should be equally important to our state legislature. The media has recently focused on land transactions by unfriendly foreign entities and governments, namely Russia and China. Connecticut is not immune to similar acquisitions, as we are home to the United States Coast Guard Academy, Naval Submarine Base New London, and the 103rd Airlift Wing. Connecticut National Guard also has multiple locations around the state. All of these military installations are vital assets in protecting our national security interests, and the state legislature should enact legislation that protects the security of such critical military installations. Between January 2023 and July 2024, several states have adopted laws that in one way or another prohibit foreign countries or foreign entities from purchasing certain sensitive real property. For example, Alabama has banned property within 10 miles of military installations. Tennessee has banned the sale of all property surrounding military installations. Instead of a full ban, other states have listed specific countries or referenced lists of countries compiled by federal agencies that would be subject to the ban. To protect our security and military installations from foreign influence, our caucus would like to see this bill prevent the sale or acquisition of all land surrounding both state and federal military installations throughout the state to specific foreign entities such as Russia or China. In closing, we thank the committee for allowing us to testify in support of House Bill 6735, an act prohibiting the sale of real property near state or federal military installations to a foreign entity, and ask that the committee, in the interest of state and national security, pass the bill on to the full legislature for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony with us today. I appreciate it. This is an interesting topic for us to be considering at the state legislature, and I appreciate the conversation. I have one technical question. As you see a bill like this drafted, do you want specific nations referenced, or do you want the relationship between our nation and foreign nations to be the determination about whether or not a foreign entity can purchase the land?
Best way to answer that is to say, for starters, I'd start with the two bad boys that you've already seen in this bill, China and Russia. And we can have further discussion on the side about any other nations or actors that may need to be included on the exclusion list.
And I'm not sure, this is me speaking without full research on this ahead of time, but my understanding is there are times when our policies, not regulations or statutes, but when policies might say things like nations with diplomatic relations. And so it could be that the legislation were drafted to only prohibit purchases of lands by nations if we had diplomatic relations. And so that's what I was curious, because then that would be a more it would make it less static in case there were other changes over the course of time that would require adjustment. So that was just my thought when this was raised as a concept. I appreciate it, and I think Rep. Anderson has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, are you aware if anything's passed at the federal level regarding preventing land acquisitions by foreign?
Well, I know they are pursuing it if they haven't actually passed it yet. As we said, in certain states, they've passed it on their own. Again, they're pertaining primarily to federal military installations. We could go much farther. I don't want to do that here. We'll stick to this bill. We could look at government contractors too, but that's a story for another day. But yes, the federal government is definitely interested in this.
No, it's a dangerous world. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Thanks for the question.
I appreciate it. Any other members of the committee? Rep. DiCaprio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Haven't seen you in a long time. Can you just talk about, the companies that, DOD companies in this state? Because I'm aware of being a former submarine person.
Yeah.
I'm aware there are some companies close by. I know you were concerned with the main facilities, but maybe just explain what you know from your Homeland Security background, just about support companies in Connecticut.
Well, for the ones that we need to be concerned about, there are 5 that are large companies. One is Raytheon. They're based in Massachusetts, but they have significant operations here in Connecticut. General Dynamics with Electric Boat in Groton, making submarines. Pratt & Whitney, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman is represented here. And we can't forget Sikorsky in Stratford and the Bridgeport area with the helicopters. And just to go beyond that, there are many, many other contractors for the government that may make little components like this. That's not a big issue, but submarines and helicopters are. We need to consider that.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Thank
you, Madam Chair.
I appreciate it. I just want to clarify for the point of future drafting, is it your recommendation or thought that we should add military affiliated subcontractors to also addition to the prohibition?
I think the reason behind all of this is that we're trying to prevent our enemies from learning of advances in technology that we have and prevent the theft of intellectual property. We want to prevent them from learning about troop movements, and we want to prevent them from learning if there are key individuals working on specific military matters. So it goes beyond just the initial business. There are a lot of aspects to this, but I think we can start with the bill as is.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I thank you for your bill introduction and for your advocacy. And with no further questions, thanks for your time. And thanks to House Republicans for raising the topic.
Thanks very much. We appreciate it.
Next on the agenda is State Representative Tim Acker, my neighbor.
And Chairwoman, and I'm bringing up an old colleague of ours and a neighbor, so please, with your indulgence.
Thank you.
Chairs, Senator Honig and Representative Foster, ranking members Anderson and Gordon, thank you for allowing us to be here today. I'm State Representative Tim Ackert, serving the 8th District and also a proud Air Force veteran. I'm glad to be in such a room of so many veterans. Thank you for all for being here and your service. I'm here specifically to address House Bill 1276 and specifically the piece of adding in our Gold Star spouses. So I will heed my time. I'm in support of that as serving Bolton also. Ms. Clark was here earlier explaining her position, and we strongly support that. So I would like to turn this over to Pam Sawyer for some comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Pam Sawyer, former state representative, former first selectman. And I'd also like to say a very special honor it is to be in the room with so many who have served our country. Thank you very much. In full disclosure, I am a widow of a veteran who passed away from complications of Agent Orange, so I am very keenly aware of the 100% rule. Let me share with you what happened. I was very, very honored when this legislature and governor decided to pass a bill last year to exempt property tax of those who have found themselves at 100% disabled. Honored. I thought the state has created an incredible public policy. Of course, there was no funding to come with it. That's the way it goes. But I would like to share how horrified and disturbed I was when I went downstairs and talked to our assessor to talk about the family of Master Sergeant Michael Clark, who passed away by after being struck by lightning on active duty. They didn't qualify. And when I was asked, how could that be? He had not filled out the paperwork. He had not signed up as being 100% disabled. Let me lay this before you. If you are dead, you are 100% disabled. I don't think there's anything more blunt than that I can say. But there was nothing I could do to fix it, except ask to have this bill put before you, because I think it should be. That is 100% disabled. You have before you many people in this room that deserve benefits, that deserve so much honor and dignity. And I see that this committee is very passionate about that. I was one of the first founding members of this committee, so I'm very pleased to see you all sitting here today and have so many stay during a public hearing, because I know you're pulled in so many different directions. But I believe this is a very important honor to bestow upon the Gold Star family and others in the state. I would like to just make one caution, because I understand there's possibly some e-cert coming up on the 24th that you may be aware of. And does this get put into it? Does it not? That would be great. That would be important if it is. That would be nice to have that done. But let me just share with you that it is important to be very careful about what dates you put in, because there'll be somebody that won't qualify. Be very careful about what dates you use so you don't disqualify someone. Now, if the state would like to pony up, that would be excellent on the part of my seat as a selectman. Let me share that we bring in the small town of Bolton about $15,500,000 in property taxes alone. That's not talking about any of the other revenues that come in.
That's time.
That's real estate. And that the effect of the bill from last year was $78,000 on our total property tax. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I have one question. I appreciate you
ma'am.
being here today. Do you have a recommendation? You cautioned us about dates, but do you have a suggestion?
I believe you should have a look back of 10 years.
I appreciate that insight. Thank you. Senator Gordon.
Thank you for being here, and Representative Ackert, good to see you again. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Testimony was certainly very powerful. I was proud to be one of the members of this committee with others who worked on the bill last year, and proud to see what we can do to quote unquote fix and make better the bill, the law really, this year. So I do agree very much, looking to see what we can do going back. And I appreciate the question that Chairwoman Foster asked you relative to how far back do we look to encompass people, but make certain we're not leaving folks out who certainly could benefit, and deservedly so. And also to your point about the state not ponying up money, I absolutely agree. That's why I have a bill in SB 381 to see if we can get the state to cover to help the towns with regards to this, and we'll see if we can make that happen as well. But thank you for being here.
I did have a past history of saying he who proposes should pay.
I appreciate your testimony. To any other members of the committee? Yes, Representative Anderson.
So, Ms. Sawyer, thank you for advocating for this bill and for adding the Gold Star families. I think it's really important that you're doing that as a first selectman, and I expressed concerns on the floor last year that the state was really being generous with other people's money, the towns. So I co-sponsored the bill Senator Gordon mentioned, and really think, and the price tag on this was just under 5 million last year, and now we're hearing it maybe 50 million. So I strongly agree that the state should reimburse the towns for at least this exemption. Thank you. Anything else you want to add to your testimony? Thank you.
I'd just like to, first of all, thank you, Pam, for coming up here. And also, I want to thank this committee for the work that you do on behalf of our military families and our veterans. Thank you for all that you do and the time that you put into this. I do want to echo the sentiments about who should pay for that, because I said the same comments on the floor last year, that this is good public policy. If we believe it's good public policy, we should pay for it. So by the state level. So looking at what we can do to help do that. I'm on appropriations. We'll work diligently on that. But I thank again for all the time that you spend here and the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Ackert. Ms. Sawyer, anything else?
If you look at the upcoming disabled veterans possibilities, it's not a big list. It's a small list. I don't see it growing exponentially. So I believe that it would be a fairly stable number for your thoughts as you bring it forward, perhaps to the Appropriations Committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep it brief as well. Thank you for the testimony, and thank you for being here. Good to see both of you sitting over there. It's kind of nice. I just want to thank the people who brought this up, fought strongly last year. Representative Leeper pushed hard with this bill. We co-introduced, I believe, this bill to start with, along with one of her constituents, Heidi Cornell, who I think is on the list to speak today. And I think it's a great concept that we kind of fumbled on our end. The state kind of fumbled this. We put this in as to be a state-funded program, and then maybe there is a share, because the numbers didn't come back as smooth as we'd hoped. I know for me, I know some of you might not know, I live in the best town in the USA, in New Milford. But our cost is about $400,000 this past year, and it didn't cover all that we needed to. So the numbers we initially had were a concern. So we definitely need the state to step up and kind of pay their share. I think is the right way to do. I think it should be a recovered cost, but I think the inclusion of the Gold Star families are critical, and that's something that needs to be honored and respected within this bill as well. So I appreciate your testimony and all the pieces of which that you bring, And I look forward to further discussion, more, as the good chair would say, more robust discussion on this bill as we go forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Do I claim things to be robust a lot? I appreciate that, Representative Buckby, except for the slight to the greatest town of Ellington, East Windsor, and Vernon. So I appreciate you both so much for being up here. I'm sure we'll all be in touch as we work to make sure what happens next is done as thoroughly and carefully as possible, gives the veterans and the Gold Star families the benefits they deserve, and we try our best to do right by the towns we represent. So thank you all for your testimony, and my intent, I think, is clear. We want to work with you. Thank you. Representative Reyes is next. I don't see Rep Reyes in the room, but if he comes, one of my colleagues will flag. The next person on the list is K. Robert Lewis from the American Legion Department of Connecticut. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Let's do that again. Madam Co-Chair Foster, Co-Chair Honing, members of the Committee on Veterans and Military Affairs, fellow advocates, veterans, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for holding a public hearing on legislation that is created to provide benefits, education, and opportunities to that group of Connecticut residents and Americans who have donned the uniform of the United States military and have defended freedom across generations. It is fitting and proper that this body honor their service and sacrifice. I am K. Robert Lewis of New London, a U.S. Air Force veteran. I serve as the Department Service Officer and Legislative Committee Chairman for the American Legion. As a Department Service Officer, I engage with veterans, their dependents and survivors on a daily basis, and interact with the Department of Veterans Affairs as well. I submitted copies of a resolution passed unanimously by the Department of Connecticut during our 2025 Midwinter Conference last month. The resolution follows the national resolution passed in 2023 by the American Legion National Organization titled Prohibiting Predatory Claims Practices by Individuals in the Preparation, Presentation, or Prosecution of VA Claims. And it is a reminder that any action by the General Assembly that recognizes and validates the existence of such unaccredited individuals and groups is giving a wink and a nod to those who would charge exorbitant fees from veterans to coach them in the initial presentation of a claim for service-connected disability compensation. Coaching which violates Title 38 U.S. Code, in effect allowing and encouraging violation of federal laws and regulations. Proposed and raised bills before your committee call for agents and agencies that would provide services for a fee when an increase or appeal is being sought by the veteran to post a disclaimer such as appears in Title 38 U.S. Code, the Governor's proposed Bill 6874 and raised Bill 6909. These disclaimers focus on the increase in appellate process, yet are being touted as a choice to veterans. That disclaimer applies to folks who are providing services in the appellate process, not in the initial claims process. So let's not get that mixed up. I'd like to speak a little about raise Bill 6909. There were some questions raised about what if somebody in good faith approaches and offers to provide services to veterans for a fee.
That's time.
Hello, sir.
That's your time, sir.
Oh, that is my time. Getting this right sets an example of the faith veterans should have in the system developed to assist them. Getting it wrong will be seen by many as besmirching their services and sacrifice. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Lewis, thank you so much for joining us today. We also appreciate you meeting with us early and letting us know about your organization's priorities. So we had the opportunity to raise good bills to serve the people. Did you have anything that you weren't able to complete? I'd be happy to hear.
I would just like to say, people who charge a veteran for services that is by law supposed to be done for free are not good faith actors. You can't be any more than you can be a little bit pregnant. You can't be a little more breaking the law. So I would answer any questions you might have. And Mr.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
But you have to set a good example. Have to get a good analogy. It is or it isn't.
Representative Bale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, again, I care about veterans getting services and getting the benefits that they are entitled to.
That they aren't entitled to?
That they're entitled to.
Thank you.
All the programs. And sometimes it's difficult to figure out how to sign up for those programs and understanding what's available to you. That's why it's important that we have really good VSOs, that we, to me, hold our municipal veterans. That when I first started, that was just a title they gave to people. Some people took it serious and some didn't. With leadership in this committee over the last few years, we've really we've added VSOs at the state level, and we really put an emphasis on getting, again, I'm biased. Summers in Stafford do a great job.
Does a great job.
And they bring people in, and no one would probably in our area, because the other towns, they do such a good job. The other towns send people to Summers to have them do the job as well. And again, Stafford has really stepped up in that regard as well. So I'm fortunate that the veterans in my area have that, but it wasn't always the case. And so my goal is, I don't care who gets them the information, as long as they're getting, and they're not being taken advantage of. So I agree with you on that. I want them to have the services that they're entitled to. And I don't think anyone in this room can tell me that 100% of the veterans in this state are getting 100% of the programs they're entitled to. And I'd be willing to guess that number is pretty low, because the programs are available. And again, I talked about earlier, whether it's a federal program, a state program, a local program, a non-for-profit, whatever the program is, having a place where you can go to find that out. So, and I am 100% against any type of predatory practices. But if you're a veteran and you're not getting that help, maybe your community doesn't do it, you don't know where to go, and you seek help and someone's able to help you find that help, I'm having a hard time understanding what's bad about that. It's their freedom. So if you elaborate on, to me, the bottom line is getting the services that you're provided. And if there's another resource to do that, and we can narrow down and we can not everyone, I would say, who does something like that is a bad player. You might disagree. And so I'm kind of curious to what your
We would
take is
agree
on
that I do disagree with that. People that engage in such practices are in the business of making money. Just like any attorney, just like any business, they're in the business of making money. One of the things that former Department of Veterans Affairs Commissioner Schwartz initiated was the municipal veterans contact person, which, as you mentioned earlier, some people took it seriously, some did not, but it's pretty robust now. And if people are, at a bare minimum, if people are seeking assistance with filing a claim or getting veteran services, if they reach out to those people first, as you said, other towns send people to Summers because the people that work in Summers are accredited representatives. They're not unaccredited claim sharks. Or they send them to our office or to the DAV or to the VFW. And we are always there to help. There is outreach. Can you use more outreach? Can we use more VSOs? Yes, I think that's part of the proposed The proposed budget by the Department of Veterans Affairs was to increase funding so that they can add additional VSOs. And I would agree with you. Not every veteran is receiving 100% of the benefits to which they are entitled. I will give you a case in point where a personal friend of mine, a member of the American Legion, female veteran, was not receiving the benefits to which she was entitled. She had suffered a MST while she was on active duty and was afraid to come forth. Then she said other people are more entitled, and nobody was more entitled than she was. I said, you have benefit. And when we're finally able to work with her, get her benefits, get her care, get her into the VA healthcare system, it was 5 years. That's 5 years of suffering through the PTSD caused by MST, 5 years of lost benefits and access. So no, not everybody gets all the benefits to which they are entitled, but just like anything else, and there's probably in some play, if you were but to ask, somebody is here to help. You can go to any American Legion post, any VFW post, and ask to see the local service officer. This Saturday in Middletown, we're doing outreach at the American Legion Post 75 for the locals there. It's not a perfect system, but it is a good system. And for those that practice, I can say that last fiscal year, American Legion Department Service Officers clients received $21.6 billion in benefits nationwide at a net cost to them of zero. People that engage in practices of charging fees received well over $1 billion. So make that call.
So again, so let's say someone fills out the paperwork and they don't do it right and they're denied a claim. And maybe if they had someone that understood the claim process better, maybe they would have had to pay a fee, but they would have received their benefit. What is the recourse after the fact? To me, it would be to hire a lawyer.
No.
And then to go after it and try to fight that. And that's certainly not free. So that again, it's like chasing the tail. I understand the concern, but I don't want us to be so that there's only one way to do things. I don't always prescribe to that that way of thinking. That again, I want to make a good decision here. I'm not picking a side. I want to understand this, because if we do this and we eliminate a resource, we could potentially, and I know you're going to disagree with me, but the way I see things, we could potentially be hurting veterans if we take away a resource for them to receive those benefits. And that's the way I need to understand this. I'm all about putting in, again, I talked about, there was someone from my community that scanned veterans for up to the tune of $500,000. You could lock the door and throw away the key with something like that. I certainly agree in going after that. And again, without knowing more, and I'm going to do more research on the on this issue for the people that pay, but I still have concerns. In the end, you understand where I'm coming from? I just want the veterans to get the services they need to get. If they can do it free, that's number one. But if there's organizations out there who are good players in the game, I don't want to rule them out. So.
Okay. Well, I thank you for your concerns and for what I think was a question regarding if somebody files a claim by themselves. And because they don't understand the process, they get it wrong, they get turned down. What's the recourse? A veteran service officer, a accredited representative, not an attorney. An attorney can't do anything at the first appeal process that goes to the, unless they are an accredited agent or an accredited attorney. And there's very specific ways that is handled. But in putting that case together, if they come to our office, to the VFW, to the DAV, to the Office of Advocacy and Assistance here in our state, that's what service officers do. I will say all day, every day is we fix problems. And it takes a certain kind of attitude to represent veterans before the Department of Veterans Affairs, who do a very good job. They're using artificial intelligence right now, and I question its intelligence. We remind our brethren that work in the regional office that if they did their job right, we wouldn't have a job. But we do very good faith. If you talk about good faith actors, that's your community veterans contact, who by the way cannot put together a claim. They forward it on. They're under the auspices of the Connecticut Department of Veterans Affairs. So it would go to their representative and they would take care of that. If people have issues, that's what we're there for. Could my team use more folks? Sure, we could. Everyone can. So, but again, it's breaking the federal law, and that's what we're here to address, because there's no teeth at the federal level. That went away in 2006. What was addressed earlier by the representative from the Attorney General's office makes sense. There are states where at issue there's a different bill, a bill that would authorize these folks to charge up to $12,000 for an initial claim. On initial claim, especially if you're just getting out of the service, so I can explain a little bit to you. And you have disabilities and you come to us. Nowadays, everybody getting out of the service, all their medical records are clumped together in a very nice package by the military and by the VA, and what they have, what chronic diseases they have, what secondary diseases that they have are all diagnosed. So somebody that puts together a claim, signs a power of attorney. We are accredited agents. We have to sign. If you want to know if somebody is a good faith actor, ask them if they can sign a POA, or if the veteran has to do it themselves. And that's what the determination is. Somebody who represents you. I am accredited. I get tested annually on that, and I agreed to disagree.
Thank you. I think I just would like your clarity on this. I think one
Sure.
of the concerns that has been raised with the coining of this term veterans benefit sharks is that there is some fraudulent activity happening with these for-profit entities, and they're trying to drive up the value of the benefit so that their commission is bigger. Whereas if you're not paid a fee for service, that dynamic doesn't exist. And that's part of the accusation that has existed in some of the lawsuits that have been shared with us as we raised this topic. Is that something you're familiar with or you've heard?
Sure, but one has to agree that by their very existence, it is illegal. They know what they're doing, and they're doing it anyway. The General Counsel of the Department of Veterans Affairs issues a cease and desist order, and they ignore them. And then they send another one and they ignore that as well, because there's no teeth at the federal level. So if you know you can get away with stealing the candy out of the candy jar every single day, wouldn't you keep on doing it? Even though there's a sign there that says, leave this alone. I don't know if that's a proper analogy or not.
I appreciate it. Any other questions for members of the committee? Oh, yep, Rep. Lanu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Lewis,
Hello,
very
sir.
nice.
How are you?
Very good, very good. I'm delighted to see you, and
Thank you.
I'm even better now that seeing you here. We go back a long time, so.
Do indeed.
And so it's very nice to see you. On this bill, 6874, I'm listening to the testimony, and I want to make sure we get this right. I want to echo what Representative Vail said. I mean, the situation he talked about in his district where a veteran was exploited for $500,000. That's
A
absolutely
veteran exploited other people for $500,000.
absolutely despicable. Horrible, horrible. There should be severe, severe consequences with that. And it's disgusting and despicable. One of the reasons I'm on veterans is I believe we need to protect our veterans and our children. That's why I'm on both those committees. Veterans are near and dear to my heart. And I'm just trying to figure out how we can thread the needle here. I get it. Sharks, people trying to work on commissions, maybe inflating certain things, putting veterans in greater jeopardy. We want to make sure that don't happen. I want to make sure we get that correct. But I'm thinking of myself and on a much less important example. But like I'm thinking when I was going to buy a new car, right? I don't know the difference. I don't know. I can't tell the difference between a steering wheel or a tire, right? I'm completely ignorant to automobiles, right? But there was
What time do you come to work in the morning?
But my father had a friend who was a retired law enforcement officer, great guy. He was a neighbor, and he started his own like a small little business where he would go if somebody was interested in purchasing a car, he'd go check out the car with the person, look it over, and give them his assessment individually. I thought it was money well spent. I thought it was for a couple $100 to have him go for an afternoon was well worth it. I'm thinking in the situation with veterans. Yes, all the options that you described. You do fantastic work. I don't question that for a minute. I know. In fact, I know you do. Our VFWs, a lot of other local organizations, our American Legions, are great resources. VSOs, every town should be getting one. Some still do not. And I'm just thinking, there may be some veterans who just may not still be connected maybe with those community organizations, may not be comfortable for one reason or another, and I don't know what those reasons could be, right? But I'm just saying some people may just want to be comfortable maybe in their home for a fee, maybe spending $100, $200 and have somebody come to the house, talk it over with them, maybe help shepherd them through the process in the comfort of their homes, and that's the route they choose to take. I'm not sure. I don't want to really take that option away from a veteran.
So you're sort of equating it to buying life insurance. Person comes to your house and fills out the forms.
Now, I'm talking about somebody that's an advocate. That's
Right. You can be an advocate without charging somewhat one of a fee for it. I do know that while my office does not, I do believe that the representatives, that the VSOs that work for the state do make house calls. There are in certain situations, my office does go and visit some folks who are housebound or can't get away or don't drive, are blind. That service is available, and I would say that 6874, which is the governor's proposed bill, I put a sticky note on it, and it said after what it required on the disclaimer, after it says or else what? There's no teeth in that. 6909, there is teeth in it, where it would go to the Attorney General's office, and it should be. As I said earlier, doing this right goes a long way towards ensuring veterans recognize the faith that they have in the system, because we are improving the system instead of finding another way to do something. It's against the law. At the very get-go, it's against the law. And you can't coat it in chocolate. You can't put sprinkles on it. It's still against the law. But we're always there. And if any office ever has any folks that need veteran service officer help. Our numbers out there is the DAV and the VFW. State of Connecticut's numbers out there. They have improved their access. Doing stuff online may be in the very near future for us. I know it is. People can sign up to get to start the process with the Department of Veterans Affairs, and then they can contact us, and we will help shepherd them through that. There is a goal, there is a mantra in my office that where a number of my assistants have gone to work for the VA is do it right the first time. Take the time, do it right. If somebody files a intent to file and works with our office and we have a full year to gather all the necessary records to get that claim through. And that's the date of the claim. I always caution folks, if you don't have a diagnosis for what you're claiming, get a diagnosis, because the law there is very strict. It's the date of the claim, which is the date we filed that intent to file, or the date of the diagnosis, whichever is later. So someone to wait and say, well, I have an intent to file is good. If you haven't been to the doctor, and we advise you to do that in January, and now it's November, the date of the claim's November. So we like to educate our clients, and I think we do a pretty good job about that. But I would say that the bill 6909 is more preferable to us.
Okay, well, I appreciate your answers, and I certainly again want to make sure we get this right.
Yes, sir.
I'm just concerned. I just don't want unintended consequences if we go too far in the other direction.
The
So,
only unintended consequences, some people aren't going to get paid for something they're not supposed to be doing.
so I do appreciate the testimony, and I'll continue to listen.
See you around.
Good seeing you.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Thank you. Last question before you go. I'm
Yes,
just
please.
curious, is there a process for people who are looking to help veterans to get accredited through the federal government?
There's you generally can't do it. If you're an attorney, you can get accredited. You can become a veterans agent. In which case you are accredited, and you still can't handle that initial claim unless you do it for free, but you can charge for any increase or any appeal. The appeal process is less unwieldy than it was, but there's still a backlog, and it always grows because people get turned down and they'll file an appeal at a veteran come into our office all upset because the VA was taking away his benefits. And like most people, when you see a denial letter, whether it's going to college or what, you have to read the whole letter. It said at the bottom, your benefits will not change. And the veteran left, ended our conversation on a very, very happy note. So there is a process. You can apply. If somebody, unless you are a full-time volunteer, which is 1,000 hours, and come under the auspices of like the American Legion, or your full-time employee, right now in this state and under federal law, you cannot be accredited as a VSO.
Wonderful. I appreciate your testimony. And I'd like to just point out to the members of the committee and folks who are watching that at our last public hearing, we raised and heard House Bill 6441, which increases the number of state-supported people who are able to do the service at no cost to veterans. So we're trying to address this from both ends of the spectrum. So I thank my committee members for
We
paying
absolutely
attention.
support that bill.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions from members of the committee, the next person I'd like to call on, thank you so much for your time, is Betsy Gara.
Thank you, Sorry. Thank you, Representative Foster. Members of the committee, my name is Betsy Gara. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, and I'm here to talk about Senate Bill 1276, an act concerning a property tax exemption for veterans who are permanently and totally disabled. As you know, first off, the Cost Board of Directors and I want to make sure that you understand that we have a tremendous amount of respect and appreciation for the services provided by our veterans on behalf of our country. And we hope to work with them to address some of these issues. Last session, of course, my battery is running low. Last session, the Connecticut General Assembly, as you know, adopted Public Act 24-46, which was intended to very narrowly apply to 1,209 veterans with a permanent and total disability rating from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs or their spouse, recognizing that such veterans had either difficulty or cannot work due to their disability. Unfortunately, as adopted, the tax exemption applies to thousands of veterans. And unfortunately, this is wreaking havoc with our local budgets and our local property tax revenues, shifting a greater burden to other already overburdened property taxpayers. The fiscal note also indicated that the bill would result in, as Representative Anderson pointed out earlier, a 4.9 million loss in local revenues. However, we've heard some projections that with less than half of the towns reporting that the fiscal note would be more like 10 million. And now we're hearing that the statewide impact could be closer to 50 million. So while we appreciate that many legislators support efforts to fully reimburse municipalities, I don't think that given some of the cuts in the budget, such as the elimination of the hold harmless and ECS funding and pilot funding, cuts in early voting, and reduction in Medicaid reimbursement rates for ambulance service providers, that it's likely that this budget will find another 50 million to fully reimburse municipalities. And that's a real problem. Our towns are saying that they are in real trouble this budget year. Some superintendents, because education is obviously the lion's share of the budgets in our small towns, have already called for cuts in teaching staff and key programs. And so as a result, fixing the property tax exemption for veterans with permanently and totally disability has been one of COST's top priorities this session. We hope that at a minimum, the bill will delay implementation of the exemption until the exemption can be appropriately narrowed. We also want to clarify that the exemption is limited to individuals with 100% permanent and total disability rating who are not employable. Capping the total tax dollar benefit has been done in many other states that have a similar exemption. Also clarifying that the exemption does not apply to any portion of the home that is income produced.
That's time.
And just limiting the exemption based on income, again, as other states have done. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Betsy. I always appreciate your advocacy for the small towns in the state, including mine. I am grateful for you talking to us, and I think we're going to have many conversations ahead. I think it's important that we get this right. We don't want to help one population and harm others inadvertently. That's certainly never the goal of the legislature. And since we have been going through this process of revisions, which is the normal process for statutory, progression over time, we have come to understand a little bit more about the nature of the misestimation between last year and this year. And it is related to the information that was given to us by the federal government about the number of people meeting this qualification. So we now understand why the numbers were wrong. We think a little bit better. And so we are going to make sure that we're very careful and judicious with the revisions that we draft. We're working bipartisanly and bicamerally to make sure that we're doing this well. So I just want to say, first, my question is about the addition of the 100% clarity, which was always the intention of the bill, and it covering permanently and totally disabled veterans with 100% rating. How much of a help is that addition in that clarity for you all? And then my additional question is for the small towns, that you represent as they are going through administering this. Are there any other issues that you'd like us to flag that we need to come to address that need to be in statute and that cannot be promulgated through a town choice as a decision through local policies? Is there any other clarity that you need from us? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, I do believe that making sure that it applies only to those 100% permanently and totally disabled veterans is a key component, because it's currently adopted. It applies to a much broader group of individuals. And also the indication that it's a rating for veterans who are not employable is also another way to limit that. I really don't want to speak to some other issues that need to get fixed. I mean, I think first and foremost, we're focused on delaying implementation because of the havoc that is wreaking on our local property tax levels and our local budgets. And so I think that's a conversation that we need to have along with our with CCM and other groups to make sure, and the assessors, to make sure that we do this right. So rather than me commenting at the public hearing, I'd prefer to have a conversation about that after the hearing.
We'll be happy to do that. And I just want to point out that one of the considerations we had, which is not a delay to implementation, but allowing for the municipalities to republish their grand list as the clarity is offered. So that doesn't change the experience of the benefits received by the veterans, but it will allow for the municipality to appropriately adjust their grand list accordingly. And so that's one of the revisions that's being considered by this committee. I'd next like to
Well, can I just respond to that? We certainly appreciate that. However, the problem is that the towns are already engaging in their budget discussions now. Every time we try to schedule a meeting, it's hard to get people there because they're in budget negotiations and they're ready to go to public hearing. And so by the time that this ends up passing, if it's not done by eCert or some other mechanism, you're going to be looking at a point where local governments have already adopted their budgets. And given the uncertainty associated with this, that's going to be a real problem and a real hurdle to overcome.
Thank you, Betsy. Next, Senator Gordon has some questions for you.
Betsy, it's very nice to see you, and I appreciate the work that you do and COST does. I'm proud to represent 13 small towns. I think I have some of the smallest population-wise in this state, and I'm proud to represent them. I know that there's been a lot of discussion about what can we do to make this law better, and I recognize there are things that we do need to do, and I echo the comments by Chairwoman Foster that this very much is on this committee a bipartisan, bicameral work effort to see what can we do to help the veterans, their families. We've heard about the Gold Star families and widows. But I've also very much heard from every single one of the first selectmen and town managers and even the mayor in my district multiple times about the impact on municipalities relative to revenue stream. And as you highlighted, we were aware of the governor's proposed budget with a number of proposed cuts, which I don't feel is acceptable and realistic in any stretch of the imagination as a member of the Appropriations Committee. But we want to make certain that we can strike a reasonable balance. And you had mentioned a few of the items as well. And I've been hearing from various people who have talked about, do we put a limit on the property up to a certain amount of acreage, for example, 2 acres? Do we put a certain limit on a max or a ceiling on what would be considered the value of the primary residence? Do we put an overall amount, a cap on the benefit in total so as to strike a balance? And I'm just interested in what you're hearing from your member towns as far as, is there any type of thing gelling with regards to how they're viewing what to do from their perspective with regards to what we're wrestling with as far as the impact on the town, separate from the fact that, as we know, there's a bill in an effort to try to get the state to fully fund this, which it really should, and that would be ideal. And I'm looking forward to seeing what we can do in Appropriations Committee on that. But is there anything from your perspective, from your member towns, that they've been, what they think might be a best way to limit the impact that they see on their revenue, but while still helping the veterans? Did we lose her? Well, I will talk with her offline So I do know how to find her, but thank you. But I do want to have that on the record that, we are doing what we can to, with the different stakeholders, and not looking to take anything away from veterans and their families, but what can we do as well for the communities, and see where we can go with that now. But I'll speak to her separately, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Gordon. Next on our list is Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to take the liberty to share my time with Representative Sanchez, one of our veterans on the Puerto Rican caucus. So first and foremost, I want to thank all the veterans that are here for the service that you've given to this country and the affording me the liberty to live in one of the greatest nations in the world. So Chair Representative Foster, Chair Honing, and Ranking Member Gordon, and Vice Chair Delaney. I'm here in strong support of House Bill 6724. It's a Department of Motor Vehicle Special Plate recognizing the Borinqueneers. I have submitted my testimony, so I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to tell you that it's an effort that we've been talking about with Representative Nolan for quite some years now. And this is one that's kind of gotten away from us as the session goes along. I want to take the minute to thank Mr. Cruz and Mr. Carmelo Rodriguez, who have actually brought this to my attention over the years. And our expectation is that this is the year we'll get the recognition for the Borinqueneers finally done. I just want to recognize that in the state of Connecticut right now, there are 3 monuments or 3 points of tributes to the Borinqueneers in the state of Connecticut. The first one is the majestic Borinqueneers Monument in New Britain, Connecticut, which was the first. The second is the Borinqueneers Bridge in Bridgeport, Connecticut. And the third is the Borinqueneers Bridge in Waterbury, Connecticut. And with the state of Connecticut being the largest percentage of Puerto Ricans in the United States by state, we want to take it one step further and recognize those families and those associates that actually have served our country valiantly and bravely and are highly decorated with the Congressional Medal of Honor from then President Barack Obama. My testimony has been submitted, so if anybody has any questions, they can certainly take that up with me later. But I wanted to defer the rest of my time to United States Marine veteran Representative Jimmy Sanchez.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Sanchez, representative for Hartford and West Hartford 6th District. And it's an honor for me to be here to testify in support of our bill number 6724. As I look across this room when I enter the doors, I just can't help to feel how proud I am to have so many of our veterans here in support of our state, our towns and cities, and our country. I want to, first of all, just thank you all for your service and your dedication to this great United States of America. Myself, I had the honor to serve as a United States Marine. I'm also a Puerto Rican and very proud of that, very proud of both. Born and raised here in Hartford, Connecticut. It has been a very long time since the Borinqueneers of the 65th Infantry has been recognized and honored here in this state and across the nation. And I'm here in support of this bill only because that it is very few of specialized fighters units in our military, whether it's Marine, Army, Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard. It's very rare that special units are ever recognized. And
Sir,
it's
that's
about
time.
time that the Borinqueneer, thank you, has been recognized. So I'm here in support of that. Please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Sanchez and Rep. Reyes. Was there anything that you didn't get to that you wanted to finish up there?
No, sir, Senator. If there's any questions, we're here to answer.
Yeah. Are there any questions from the committee? Rep. Nolan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming before us, and I'm honored to do this in partnership with you. As you know, with other license plates that get this opportunity, there becomes a fund. After it pays off the administration fees, there's a fund with money that has a remaining balance. Are there any suggestions in what type of veteran programs that you might recommend when that's being put together for that funding to maybe go to? And if not, and you can get back to us, because that would be something that I think would be important to add. When the bill was submitted, there was some language to say that, but specifically, there was no actual area yet.
Yes, thank you, Representative Nolan. I would highly suggest that the funds be allocated for veterans, homelessness for veterans. I believe, at least the last time I checked, when I was on the Hartford City Council, we have a high population of homelessness here in the city. And if I recall, I believe 30% of those that are homeless are veterans. Homelessness, first of all, it's my understanding that 0.05% of the entire population in the U.S. serves in our military forces. It is sad to me and an injustice that not all of our veterans at 100% are taken care of, whether it's medical, whether it's providing a place to live, food, or a full spectrum of support at 100%. We have a very serious problem with homelessness, and I would definitely like for this to go to the veterans who are homeless.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for you.
Thank you, Rep. Nolan and Rep. Delaney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Reyes, Representative Sanchez, it's a pleasure to see you here today. And I'd just like to take a note for Rep. Sanchez. It's always good to see another veteran here before us in this committee today. So thank you for your service, Marine.
Hoorah.
Not a question, but just a comment. I just wanted to commend you for coming before us today, especially in these trying times with all this uncertainty, to be able to put in an effort to remind our Puerto Rican residents that Puerto Rican history is American history. You served in this uniform. You are part of this country. And so thank you so much for championing that today.
Thank you, Representative Delaney, and thank you for your service. I just want to make a note. This population of soldiers are dying at a high rate. There are not many of them left alive. So we want to make sure that the consideration is given that this bill, as it moves forward, that the families of the Boricaniers, upon proof of serving, will be eligible for these plates as well, because the majority of these Boricaniers have served and have passed on. So this is something that I think that families will be very proud to display, that their fathers, grandfathers, uncles, and others were able to serve.
They should be proud, and they're well served by your testimony here today.
And Representative, I would like to share with everyone right now, in my hometown, Omiguero, Puerto Rico, I've been searching for an individual they call him Saigon. He is a Borincanier, from my understanding, speaking with the family, but unfortunately, it's been taking me 2 years. I'm planning to go back soon because I finally located an area where he may be living, which is basically in the woods near the river. So I'm hoping to be successful, and if I am, I do plan to bring him here to recognize him.
Well, if anyone can find him, it's a motivated Marine Corps veteran.
Thank you. Thank you all for the opportunity.
Thank you, Rep. Reyes and Rep. Sanchez, for your testimony and your advocacy here. I want to just back up for a second, because I think Betsy Gara is actually still on Zoom. So Betsy, are you there? I don't know if you heard Senator Gordon's question for you earlier. Are we okay? We will take that offline then. Oh,
Sorry, I am here. I just had minor back surgery, so it's hard for me to plug in my laptop. So I can't bend. But anyway, yes, I'd be happy to respond to Senator Gordon's question if he could restate it for me.
Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Betsy. My question was that, we've been hearing a lot about what to do to balance the interests between continuing to help the veterans who are 100% disabled, continuing to help their families, but also we're continuing to hear from municipal officials. I know you are, and you and I have spoken about that as well. Have you been hearing anything from the towns that cost represents, but any one way in particular, maybe not, that the towns are thinking that they might be gelling behind an idea about what might be of help? I mean, ideally, it would be to get this fully funded. And again, there is an effort to try to do that, and I hope that can make it through Appropriations Committee. But separate from that, we've been hearing about, do we put a certain cap on the lot size, the property size, such as 2 acres? There's been some ideas floated around. Is there, a certain cap on the how much you can count the value of the primary residence for a tax exemption? I've been hearing from various folks in some towns, do you put a cap overall on the total amount of the exemption? There's various things that have been talked about from municipalities. Have you been hearing anything? One
Yes,
particular
we
that's
have been hearing some different things from our members about that. And I have been looking into what other states are doing. As I mentioned in my testimony, many of them do include limits on the amount of the property tax exemption. They also have income limits so that you only qualify for the exemption if you're under a certain limit. Again, I think tying it to whether or not the rating indicates that the person is either unemployable or has difficulty with employment due to the total and permanent disability is something that would be the cleaner way of addressing it. And I believe that that is one of the ratings that you can tie it to on the federal level.
And thank you, Betsy. I appreciate that, and I look forward to further discussions with the municipal officials of the towns I represent. But I'm not looking in any way to take away from veterans and their families, and that's why I think a cleaner way would really be to get the state to fund what it's enacted already by law, and hopefully we'll be able to do that. But I appreciate that, and I look forward to hearing more from you and hearing more from various town officials as we're wrestling with how to finalize wording of legislation to really be of help and take into account all different stakeholders. But again, not looking to take anything away from the veterans, but we do need to be mindful of the municipalities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you again, Betsy, for hanging on with us there. Next up, I have John Blomstrom from Veterans Guardian. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is actually Mark Christensen. That should have been switched on your list. I'm a 25-year Army veteran, 8 combat deployments across Iraq and Afghanistan, the Balkans before that. I am currently the Chief of Staff at Veterans Guardian VA Claim Consulting. We're the largest disability claims consulting company in the country. We are almost 200 employees. The vast majority are veterans, spouse of veterans, spouse of active duty service members. We're proudly headquartered in North Carolina, but we serve veterans all over the globe. We've been the recipient of the BBB Torch Award for Marketplace Ethics 3 years in a row, the Higher Vets Award by the Department of Labor, and have clients that span generations, services, and decades. We served 35,000 veterans last year. We did that for a number of reasons. Clients come to us looking for help. They have tried this free services to the tune of 70% of our clients before. We are transparent about what we can do and what we can't do, who we are and what we're not. We're transparent and upfront about our accreditation status. We're transparent and upfront about the free services available to veterans. And we're transparent and upfront about what our fee is, our contingent fee-based model. The legislation that this body is considering, and thoughtfully considering, I must add, is important because what you've recognized is that there's a shortage of representatives in the state. And that shortage impacts the 153,000 veterans that live in Connecticut. Connecticut veterans need more options, not less. And legislating private companies out of existence or unable to provide assistance in the state doesn't help veterans. Taking a sledgehammer to an issue where we recognize there's bad actors in the space isn't smart when we could really use a scalpel and legislate against the bad practices that we think veterans shouldn't be exposed to. We look forward to continuing to work with this body to provide meaningful guidelines and regulations that can assist in order to continue to serve the veterans in this state. With that, sir, I'll conclude my testimony and answer any questions.
Thank you for being here and testifying. I have a few questions for you. Can you describe like the nature of your contingency fee arrangements with a typical veteran?
Yeah. So the first thing we always do is let them know that there's free services. In fact, I had a call yesterday from a former soldier of mine, referred somebody, talked to him about what we can do. And I said, hey, your best option is probably to go use the free services. If you don't want to use the free services, our fee model is very simple. It's 5 times whatever the monetary increase is in the disability monthly compensation. So, for example, if a veteran comes to us receiving $100 this month, we help them with their claim and they get a $100 increase, so they're getting $200 the next month. That $100 increase times 5. It's a one-time fee. We offer payment plans, discounts. Quite honestly, if a vet comes to us and says, hey, I can only pay a couple $100 or a couple dollars a month, we're happy to get into that. We don't want any veteran to come to us disadvantaged when they leave. But very simple, one-time fee, 5 times the increase.
Thank you. And your current status of accreditation, like are you complying with federal law right now?
Yeah, I think that's a very important point. Federal law is very clear. 38 CFR says that you must act as an agent or attorney to be recognized by the VA. We don't act as agents or attorneys. We're consultants to a veteran. So it is very clear that 38 CFR applies to those entities. There's an unaccredited space that exists, and that's what needs to be regulated, and that's what we're advocates for. We've been asking for that. We've also been working at the federal level to reform accreditation to allow private companies to become accredited. Because as it stands right now, a private company cannot become accredited. But we are fully compliant with federal law.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Rep. Delaney?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to have you before us here today, sir. Thank you for taking the trip from North Carolina. I actually used to be stationed there myself, so I know the drive. My questions revolve primarily around your accreditation and the status thereof. And if you're not at liberty to answer any questions, please just let me know. But first, are you guys currently accredited as a VSO through the federal government?
No, we're not.
Can you explain why you aren't currently?
Yeah, because the current accreditation model at the federal level doesn't allow for private companies to become accredited.
How many times have you guys applied for it? If you mind me asking.
We can't even apply for federal accreditation. That's why we're working with Congressman Jack Bergman, retired Lieutenant General from the state of Michigan, to reform accreditation at the federal level to allow private entities to become accredited.
All right. Thank you, sir. No further questions for me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Rep. Delaney. Any further questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And next we have John DeSantis. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Veterans Affairs Committee. My name is John DeSantis. I'm a Vietnam vet. I was in Vietnam for 67, 68 Tet Offensive. Ladies and gentlemen, Veterans Affairs Committee Day. My name is John DeSantis. I'm repeating that. We are here again today to discuss the bill from the House and the Senate to finally establish a consolidated bid to give veterans a full exemption on their property for 100% permanent total tax exemption. The bill has been has new add-ons and omissions. This bill should have been completed last year for the first time it was passed. Now we're here again, and from what this woman was just saying, you people do not have the reimbursement in line to get this bill to get done this year, it seems to me. Are we going to get stonewalled again this year? I don't know. I hope not. So I don't know if all the towns have been notified you're going to get reimbursed or they're not. We don't know that unless this woman is telling us the truth. They haven't got the money in place, or they're going to stonewall us again and make this go till next year, which all the senior veterans of Vietnam vets who all have medical problems would like to get this done this year. We'd like to have some reinsurance and not get stonewalled anymore. It should have been done right the first time. Nobody checked this woman who rewrote this bill. Nobody checked her. It was done. It was supposed to be all done and nothing happens. Now we're here again doing the same thing. Should not be done. You people are responsible and accountable to the public. I sincerely hope that the funding is in place for this bill to get this thing passed finally for us. This was an idea of mine 24 years ago. 3 women were very responsible to getting this thing done, but the language wasn't checked before it went before all the committees. So now we're here again. Hopefully it'll get done this year, and we'd like to get reassurance that it will, and we won't get stonewalled. We're tired of it. I've talked to hundreds of veterans. I belong to 4 organizations. They're tired of it. The senior veterans in this state are tired of getting stonewalled. We want this bill passed this year. Anybody got any questions for me? Be more than glad to answer.
Thank you, sir, for testifying. And I hear your frustration and I respect it thoroughly. We did pass this bill last year, and we are going to make sure within whatever power is available to me as the chair of this committee that we do right by you. We're working on it as best as we can. And I'm sorry, it's so frustrating. I understand. Do any other members of the committee have anything they'd like to say? Rep. Nolan.
Hello, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming. I heard your voice for the last few years on this bill. And I told you that we would make sure that we get this bill across. We got it across. When it left, I can say the House, we knew what the intention and what was in the bill. Unfortunately, there was some changes made to it, and it did not get caught. There was attempts on that day to correct it, but unfortunately, it didn't fall on ears that were willing to listen. It is before us again. We are trying our best. I know you're frustrated. I know many are.
I have no idea.
Well, I do, because you yelled at me on the phone last year, and I remember.
So, is this thing going to be done this year?
We
Are you trying to tell me is it or is it not going to be done this year?
From this position here today, we can say that we're pushing for the bill to get where we want it to get. We can't tell you what other people are going to do on the bill. I can't say someone who's not going to support it. I can't speak for them. We can say that we're going to put our best foot forward to make this bill get.
How many people
where it
have
should
to have in
get.
the Senate and the House have to have passed this? What vote number do you need? Do you have a problem with vote numbers and paying yay or nay, or what's going on? What reassurance do we have you guys are going to get this thing done this year?
I cannot give you a reassurance.
Okay, so in other words, we may get jerked around for another year. Is that what you're trying to tell me, possibly?
There's always that possibility.
Okay.
and it's unfortunate.
And whose
but-
fault is that?
Hey, sir, I'm so sorry. I have to ask you, the format of this committee is that we're supposed to ask questions to you, but I want you to know that we hear your frustration, and I'm more than happy to have a conversation with you after this committee where you can ask me all your
I don't
questions.
think a lot of people are going to be happy about this. You did not have any reassurance it's going to be done. When I was told by other state senators it would be. Conflict of interest or somebody, the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. You wouldn't be able to run the army with that. Anyway, I'll talk to you later on.
Thank you, sir. The next person on the agenda is Randy Collins from the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. I believe he's joining us online.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the Veterans Affairs Committee. I apologize for not being able to attend in person, but I am nursing a 6-year-old back from the flu. So I would much rather be there, but here today, I am the Associate Director of Public Policy for the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, and here today to speak on offer testimony. Really want to speak to Senate Bill 1276, an act concerning the veterans tax exemption. That came forward last year. CCM was in a position where we worked with the committee to pass a bill that was intended to help approximately 1,200 100% and permanently disabled veterans. The way that the language was finally passed, with the 100% being removed and just having permanent and total, has broadly expanded the estimated fiscal impact of that legislation. It's really putting a significant impact to our municipalities, limiting their grand list, and really forcing them to look at how are they going to shift what was supposed to be a $4 to $5 million statewide impact. As of right now, we're seeing communities coming back significantly higher. I think statewide, with less than 50% communities reporting, we're looking at over a $10 million hit to municipalities. So obviously that is growing. So at this time, we are opposing Senate Bill 1276. We'd like to work on a solution on that, but the other aspect of further expanding to the land, further expanding any property tax exemptions, we can't support right now until we figure out how to identify and address the 1,200 impacted veterans that we were looking at. So we have to oppose any further any further mandated property tax exemptions. Also, we were had submitted testimony in opposition to Senate Bill 1091, a basic property tax exemption, which would expand that basic exemption from 1,000 to 20,000. Again, it would further just reduce municipal grand lists and just putting more pressure on our property tax. And also the House Bill 6766, the motor vehicle tax credit. Property tax exemptions, when they are passed, are put into effect to help people pay that tax or to alleviate some of that burden. This bill would actually require us to pay a check if they aren't able to maximize the full eligibility of that tax exemption. It's certainly not something that we would look into, almost similar to like an earned income tax credit, but this would be on a property tax. Look forward to working with the committee on these issues, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. I appreciate you being here for today. And since you're before this committee, I want to thank you, sir, for your service. I have a question, point of clarity on the last bill you opposed about the tax exemption that offers to be a credit. That actually came from a constituent of mine as a request, an elderly gentleman who rents a home. Who rents a apartment and drives a 25-year-old car. He's lived within his means his whole life, really struggles to live within his means, and also is 100% permanently and totally disabled veteran. And because of the way this bill was drafted, and because he lives frugally within his means, he is ineligible for any benefit when we tried to offer a benefit to other folks. So I understand the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities opposition, but I just want to offer a rationale for why that bill was introduced, because my dear friend Dick Petrucci certainly deserves to be honored in this way as other veterans are when they have property to exempt from the taxes. And so I hear you, and we are looking to work collaboratively with cost. And I just want to clarify, you're saying the Connecticut Conference of Municipality opposes the property tax exemption. Is that under current circumstances and that pending revisions you would support?
I think that's where we are. We just wanted to be, I wanted to be clear on where we were until we move forward, because it does have because it includes land, expands to land. I know we had the Gold Star families that came up and unbelievably sympathetic. I know too many Gold Star families. You know, and these are areas obviously we'd look to work, but until we address the underlying issues with the bill, with Public Act 2446 that was passed last year, it's very hard to look at, okay, how are we, before we address that, how can we expand it? I don't think that we've, as towns, they've figured out how they're paying for this. They're looking at significant changes in motor vehicle impacts. Obviously, the proposed budget from the governor, it's a long way to go in that, but the amount of uncertainty that is surrounding municipal finances right now, we're just in a position that anything that will have a negative impact on our property tax base, we have to oppose. We're more than willing to work with the committee, you know, to work through the issues with Public Act 2446 from last year. I know you and I have spoken on that, and we have some ideas as we go forward that can get, I think, back to where that intended target of 1,200 veterans.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'll just like to point out that it is our goal to fix the errors and pass a solution as soon as possible. We all know that we're up against a clock for good legislation to pass every legislative session, that once sine die strikes, that all bills and all that work is dead. And so we are looking to prioritize this bill as a chair of the committee to be one of the first things that we work on moving forward. So I thank you for your time. Mr. Collins, seeing no other questions. Oh, Rep. Nolan.
Mr. Collins, thank you for coming before us. We've talked a couple times in regards to this bill. And please know, we were just as surprised with the numbers that were returned to us within the half year of us doing the bill. Seeing that number rise up like it did was astonishing for us. Unfortunately, those who did the research on it had some errors in their research that many of us didn't know about. Be glad to sit down with you and others in regards to trying to.
Yeah, we have some ideas that we think we would work to get back towards that 1,200 number. We understood what the intent was and truly what the intent of the committee was. And it's how do we fix that and hopefully fix that quickly so that we can put ourselves in a position. We don't want to ever have to take away a benefit or an exemption that's already been given. That'll put municipal leaders in an unbelievably difficult position. But without fixing it, in one sense, this is going to shift property taxes onto other veterans. The number of veterans who would have even expanded would get this. That money is going to have to be made up someplace else. It doesn't reduce our costs. And the last thing we want to see is a veteran like myself would get a property tax increase based on this bill, because that money, as I said, we're not alleviating costs, we're just shifting who's paying it.
Yes, I agree. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Nolan. And I just want to clarify, I think that it's important to be accurate in our public hearings as often as possible. We have now come to understand that the source of the error was not on a calculation on staff in this building's fault or on our elected officials. It was inaccurate data that was provided that led to that wrong calculation. And so we are working to fix it, and we will do our best. And I just would like to now give Senator Gordon an opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you for Madam Chairwoman. I appreciated your comments about what went on last year, as well as Rep. Nolan's comments about what went on last year relative to information that was given. And we know that numbers have changed and whatever. And this is very much a good faith effort to, in a sense, fix this and try to take into account all the different concerns that are raised. And Mr. Collins, I appreciate the work that you do and CCM does, and I look forward to hearing more of your ideas because I've been spending a lot of time talking with municipal officials in my district about their concerns and their ideas. So offline, I'm happy to talk with you, but I'm glad to hear that it's not an outright opposing the bill, but more about airing your concerns. So I'm glad to hear that CCM is certainly willing to work with us to see what we can do to help folks overall as we move forward and as expeditiously as we can, but also as carefully as we can to get things right as best as possible in the timeframes that we have. But one of the things that I just want to ask you is, given that there's been discussion about, it's not in this bill, but separately to try to encourage as much as possible the state to reimburse municipalities relative to various of these tax exemptions. Is that something that CCM has signed on to do, such as SB 381?
We would love for the state to provide the reimbursement. Unfortunately, there's just such a long history of promises not kept. And that makes us a little bit nervous that there'll be money. And while we're in good years, that money is okay. But then as we had this fiscal cycle swing, budgets get tight, all of a sudden that money gets back. We just look at pilot. It's been underfunded for years. Or we had existing exemptions that were funded, manufacturing, machinery, and equipment, bad budget years, remain tax exempt, but the reimbursement was gone. So I think municipal leaders are a little bit just gun shy about the promise of state funding and the sustainability of that funding as we go forward. So, I mean, ideally, we'd love to look for a solution that, addresses the property tax system as a whole, so we don't have to sit here, in individual committees of providing exemption for this person, and it's picking winners and losers, or that group, or this company. But at some point, looking at how do we address and systemically and holistically fix the property tax and reduce the regressive burden that it represents on economic growth, home ownership, our towns. It doesn't give us a lot of opportunity and flexibility to grow.
No, thank you. I appreciate that answer. And again, I think, we're not looking to roll back anything per se, or certainly get rid of the law, but looking to see what we can do moving forward. So I welcome hearing from you, as I'm sure we all do, what additional ideas proactively and constructively CCM has. So thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Randy, since you used this language, I'm just going to lead off of it. So you said that the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities isn't like us picking winners and losers, but I just would like to make it clear, as the chair of this committee, it's my intention that the veterans will always be the winners in the legislation that we're passing out of this committee. And that'll be our primary focus, but we look very much forward to working with the towns to make this happen as best as we can. Thank you. And without any further comments, I'd like to now ask Thomas Bonano to come up.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you. My name is Thomas Bonano. I reside in Norwich, Connecticut. I'm a Vietnam veteran, and I have a VA disability rating of 100% permanent and total. So obviously, I'm here to address SB 1276 and 1091. But before I go into that, I would like to note to this committee that I was assisted in obtaining my disability rating through my veteran service officer, who was right over there, Mr. K. Robert Lewis, and he testified here a few moments ago. And without his indefatigable help, I wouldn't have my rating today. And I would encourage you to review his testimony. And as a side note, perhaps this committee might want to propose legislation to provide public service announcements funding to direct people to the veteran service officers who are readily available for our needs. Now, regarding SB 1276, I was here last year with Mr. DeSantis, who also testified today. We testified to the Finance Committee. At that time, it was SB 5491, I believe, for the property tax exemption for 100% permanent totally disabled veterans. And as we all know, there was a language issue, and it didn't turn out as intended. And I want to thank this committee for raising this bill to correct those issues, and also for the inclusiveness of the Gold Star spouses in this bill. The other thing I'd like to address is when I was watching your committee meeting last week on YouTube, a number of the committee members red flagged they use the expression red flag regarding the funding for these bills because they stated, and justifiably so, that we have too many unfunded mandates issued by the General Assembly. And I fully understand that. I live in a community where the unfunded mandates, I had a 30% property tax increase last year, primarily due to the unfunded mandates regarding education. These literacy mandates in my community of Norwich are exacerbated by the fact that they have to include 57, it's either 57 or 59 different foreign languages and dialects to obtain the literacy needed from our students. Now, if I want to encourage this body to encourage your colleagues in both chambers to include provisions for the state to fund the cost of these bills. Senator Gordon, I want to thank you for your bill proposal to do just that. And it's about time that maybe veterans in this state were afforded the same respect that our undocumented visitors are. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions for me?
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate your testimony. And as you know, we're hoping to serve you in making sure this is done right, but also help the towns as best as we can. Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else from the committee who has any questions? Seeing no questions. Thank you, sir, for your time and your service. Next is Bridget Prince.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Foster, Co-Chair Delaney. I'm hoping I'm saying all the titles right. Ranking members, Senator Gordon, nice to see you in person. And all the other members, Representative Nolan, Rep. Heffernan, Rep. Lancoy. Lanu. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to all the other members that are not here. Thank you. My name is Bridget Prince. I am here to testify about House Bill 6768, Senate Bill 1161. Rep. Nolan and Senator Gordon introduced them respectively. And I believe 1161 is still on the table. However, I saw that it might be incorporated into Senate Bill 1277. Okay. I do want to make a comment though about Senate Bill 1276. Am I correct? Is that what we're talking about? I am a disabled veteran who served in the United States Army with Vietnam veterans. Just yesterday, ironically, I listened to Dr. King's one of his last speeches about the Vietnam War and talked very passionately about the Vietnam veterans. And I can recall how when the Vietnam veterans came back to this country, how they were just so poorly and disrespectfully treated. So to sit here and just listen to Vietnam veterans who I did serve with, it is very disheartening. And to sit and watch the news and realize that there seems to be no problem with sending billions upon billions of dollars over to another country, and then to have this debate about how there's a few $1 million that have to be figured out before you can get your 100% tax exempt. So I hear what you're saying. Okay, so thank you for that. House Bill 6768. That is an act that deals with 10%. The actual request is to have 10% of newly constructed homes and municipal housing to have it put into the legislation as having, I believe, priority for veterans. The other one involves, which was 1277 and originally 1161, which involves disabled veterans of 30% more and elderly veterans over the age of 65 to have accommodations in the housing. What I feel about that is this is a common sense, reasonable ask for us as veterans. It doesn't require any additional appropriations from the state. Newly constructed property, which a lot of it now that's going on, especially in the capital area, is funded by the state or partially funded by the state, specifically CRDA. And what I've seen is a lot of luxury apartments going up, market rate, people who even, can afford more than the market rate, but veterans and other
Ma'am,
people
that's
being
time.
left out. So I'm hoping that you will look at those bills and consider them.
Thank you, ma'am, so much for your testimony. I see Rep. Nolan has a question for you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming before us, and thank you for connecting with me in regards to this bill. I do believe this bill is another one of our most important bills that have come before us. By chance, do you know how many other towns or states do something similar?
Well, we just made a presentation to the town of Manchester about a week ago, two weeks ago, and there was unanimously adopted on March 4th, excuse me, yeah, March 4th. I believe that they are going to vote on it and implement this as an ordinance with their Manchester Housing Authority. Because they said it costs the taxpayers nothing. It costs the towns or the states no money. You're just allowing that veteran to walk into that public housing authority, which I'm excited about because a lot of the public housing developments are being converted, transformed. So now you're looking at being able to walk up to a housing project and, you have luxury / affordable housing. So they're looking at it, implementing it. They actually sent a letter of support to Representative Foster and to Senator Honet. So they did send that letter, and they did support Senator Gordon's portion of it also. So they're looking to implement that in the Manchester Housing Authority. The president of the city council from Hartford, Shirley Surgeon, just sent the letter of support yesterday also. So when it's presented to the housing authorities and to towns, they were like, well, yeah, this makes sense and this costs us no money, and we're really doing something that veterans have earned.
Right. And I appreciate that because I do know with some of our towns that are getting projects that go up, they are getting quite a good sized tax break. So for them to market some housing for veterans, I think would be advantageous for everybody. So thank you again, and thank you for coming and speaking on behalf of veterans and yourself. And thank you for your service. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. I was just trying to look and confirm. I think it was 8% of the adult male population that was drafted into Vietnam. And in a lot of our housing authorities that we have right now, they predominate towards elderly populations. And so I think in my complex is that when I door knock and I go door to door and I talk to people, actually a very high percentage of those housing authorities already are veterans. I think this is like something that I think we have to grapple with as a nation, is that there are income struggles that might be disproportionately affecting particularly that generation of veterans. And I'm just curious, this 10% set aside, we already have such a shortage of housing. And I'm curious if you have thoughts on how we can address that is also a problem, because we have just so many folks that we're trying to make sure have access to safe and affordable housing. And I think I'm seeing a lot of veterans in my housing authorities in East Windsor and Ellington in particular already. And I don't know what percentage of them, I guess if you went by gender, it would certainly be greater than 10% of the men that are in those units are. But I'm just sort of curious if you have thoughts on how we should look towards addressing, like ensuring that there's also adequate housing in perpetuity, because I'm curious and a little bit worried about how we create a bubble like this, because I think there's going to be a specific bubbles where we see the housing needs increase and decrease.
I'm trying to understand. So what I know is that there are a lot of women, single parent women veterans, and I think a lot of this has been underreported. I really do. So when I'm in veteran meetings, that's one thing that comes up. There are families. So I'm looking at. I understand that the elderly and the disabled, but I'm looking at young veteran families that have just come back here from the military, not necessarily needing any wraparound service or anything other than I want a safe, quality, affordable housing because I can't afford to live downtown in a brand new complex that the state just built with private developers. I can't afford that. So just to have the opportunity, I know when I came back out of the Army, I was a single parent, 3-year-old child, and I worked but could not afford to live in a expensive apartment. So I went back to the housing authority where I grew up at and lived there for several years and raised my child. So I'm just looking at it from that perspective when there's a lot of young families and from different generations and different demographics that give them a opportunity to at least say, okay, you can go and live in this complex, because in Connecticut I don't believe there's a lot of set aside dedicated veteran units. I know there's one in Newington at the VA campus, but there are really not a lot. And we all talk about wanting to take care of veterans, and there's a lot of veterans walking around homeless. That's an option that we can give to them, and I don't think it will cost the state any additional money.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarity, because I think you're right that a lot of times when we have age restricted affordable housing,
Right.
it's capturing one part of the population, but
Right.
certainly not everyone. And that was the exact clarity that I needed to understand where we're going with this legislation. So thank you so much. Senator Gordon has a
Thank
question
you.
for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's very nice to see you in person. I appreciate you have taken the time prior to reach out and contact me.
Thank you,
And
Senator
I
Gordon.
appreciate very much your being here.
Thank
And
you.
thank you for your service to our country. You had referenced my bill, Senate Bill 1161, and that was one of many different bills I submitted to really look at a menu of options that towns wouldn't be mandated to do, but they could look to see what could work for themselves, and then they would actually get housing credits. And my bill, one of the one you referenced was about disabled veterans, but there's a number of others I submitted as well. And this is part of a creative way that towns do and can look at all sorts of different demographic issues to be of help. For example, to veterans, you had cited younger veterans, not just older veterans.
Right.
We want to be mindful as well, and I know the Chair Foster had mentioned this as well. Then we talk about veterans, there's various demographics just within that group that we would need to be mindful of for housing. Some are older and disabled, some are young, some are starting families and have young ones at home. I appreciate your talking about that. I think there are indeed creative ways that, as you mentioned, mandates aren't going to cost the towns, but this is part of what towns can do. I used to be chairman of my town's Planning and Zoning Commission for 15 years, and I can attest that there are creative ways the towns can be looking at housing and then get good credit when it's looking at affordable, housing. You had talked about, the work that you've done with the town of Manchester.
Yes.
And about the resolution, I believe you said in early March they're going to do.
Yes.
And is that specific for veterans in general, or is that for older veterans who might be disabled, or if you, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm just interested in learning a little bit more about the work that you're aware of with that town and what they're trying to do.
According to the letter that was sent, it's supporting both the bills. So it's from, the 10% in the housing authorities and new development, and then it's for the disabled and for the elderly veterans. So it's what I also want to say too. I believe the military installation up in Groton, that their housing, as a veteran, I could go there and apply for their housing, and if there's something available, I should be able to live there. So they're already doing that. Senator Blumenthal and Senator Lieberman, they're implementing some of the same bills that we're talking about here today. But I think it's a win-win for veterans, because people are still going into the military and people are still getting out, and they really need a good quality place to raise their family. So that it's been a really big issue going on right now, and what's going on in the country, we don't know what's going to happen, if we're going to war or not. But when they come back, I would like to know that I've done something, and know that they can lay their heads down in someplace safe, in someplace quality, and even luxury.
Well,
So,
thank you, and I
yes.
appreciate your being here and testifying before us, and thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you. Can I make one last comment? The 10%, what I also was looking at is 830G, with that 10% right there. If it could be considered that if you pass this legislation for 10% veteran housing, could it also satisfy the requirement for affordable housing around the state? My sister is on the Affordable Housing Commission in Glastonbury, and they are really struggling about, we don't want affordable housing in because we want to control who comes in. And, on some levels, what I can say is I don't have a conflict with someone being concerned about what, if you bring this to our town, with this 10%, what is the demographic going to be? What are the, you understand what I'm saying? Who's going to live there? I don't have a conflict with that, because I feel like if you have earned the right, and if you have worked hard and you have achieved a certain success, and if you want to move to the town next door, you want to move there because you don't want to be where you just came from. So I understand that on some levels. But what I also look at, like if you're looking at a veteran population, you say, okay, we got 10% right here. We're going to pass this bill, and you can say, okay, under 830G, yes, we're going to go ahead. Here's our 10%, and we'll take veterans and we'll move them, we'll give them priority. Let's look like that. So if I know you're building this luxury apartment up in Greenwich and I'm a veteran, I'm going to go apply. Now you have all these veterans living there, and everybody is satisfied. So I would like you to consider that 10% too as being a satisfaction of that 830G mandate.
And I agree very much with you. In fact, that was the impetus behind the bill that you referenced, my bill 1161, where actually municipalities, if they chose to do this and can work it into their regulations for land use, they actually will get credit relative to 830G. And there's a whole menu of different options that can be done, including for veterans in that regard. And each municipality can decide how it works best for them. But yes, you're right. It is a win-win. It can help veterans, for example, but then the municipalities do get credit for housing affordability. And so absolutely, and you said it very well, that it is a win-win, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gordon. And thank you so much for your testimony today. And I just want to say, you said you want to feel like you've done something to help ensure that veterans have a safe place to lay their head. We all agree and want to do that too. And I thank you so much for your advocacy and your service. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
The next person on the agenda is Heidi Cornell.
I'm sorry. Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. Sorry. So I wish I could be there in person. I'm just here, again, Heidi Cornell. I am a retired Air Force colonel that came back to Connecticut when I retired, and I've been working on passing this particular bill for about 5 years now. I've also worked with John DeSantis, who you spoke with earlier, who has, I think, been working on this bill for about 20 years, probably more. But I wanted to speak on Senate Bill 1276. I first of all wanted to thank everybody for all of their effort and support that they gave last year to support getting that bill passed for property tax exemptions. We had well over 100 co-sponsors on that bill, and it passed unanimously in both the House and the Senate. But then I was disappointed to find out that there were apparently some errors or changes that were made when the bill was then turned into a law. The two that I noticed in particular were that I believe the intent of the law that was passed, or the intent of the bill that was passed, was that it would be for 100% permanent and total disabled veterans, and that it would include their home and their dwelling, or if they did not own a home, the home and the land, and if they did not own a home, that they would then be able to exempt the vehicle that they owned. So I was hoping that this year we would be able to fix the language that was part of the original intended bill. It looks to me like now we've sort of added some things on, which I fully support, for instance, the Gold Star families. But I do have concern that it will be harder to get this through if we have sort of bundled it and added additions to it. I did extensive calculations based on the Office of Legislative Research numbers last year, and it was verified by the financial office there that it would be a cost of less than $5 million across the state for the 1,209 veterans that qualified as 100% permanent and total disabled veterans in Connecticut. And we did these calculations based on home values in the specific municipalities in which these veterans lived, and generous assumptions on percentages of people who owned homes in those municipalities. I heard this number earlier, and I have not been able to listen to everything today, but I did hear this number earlier that it had grown to almost $50 million, which to me, if I look at that and I base, and I believe the numbers that I was given last year of the 1,209 veterans that were broken out specifically by municipality, these people would have to, 100% of them would have to own homes, and those homes would have to be worth.
Time, ma'am?
I'm sorry?
That's your time, so if you could.
Oh, I'm sorry. So bottom line is I would like to just support getting this bill passed once again with the right language. And I think it's important that it include the land that the House sits upon, and that it be specifically for 100% permanent and total disabled veterans in order to keep the cost to a minimum. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Do any members of the committee have a question? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony, and we appreciate you. The next person on the agenda is Randy Watson. I'll come back to Randy and call on Brian DeCanto.
Good afternoon. I'm here to address House Bill 6728 and Senate Bill 775. And I'd like to express my opinion that the veterans should have access to free public transportation. I'm here to oppose a bill that only wants to give veterans a one-day free bus ride. Instead, I would like the Veterans Committee to move forward with Senate Bill 775, which would give veterans a free bus ride for the entire year. And here's why. I'm a retired state of Connecticut employee. I work for the Department of Labor. My unit was responsible for helping veterans. These veterans were homeless, handicapped, unemployed, and prior offenders. What these clients had in common was a lack of transportation. In the agency, we call this issue an SBE, significant barrier to employment. Here's an example how the bill would work. My office was located on Main Street in the north end of Hartford. 4 miles down the road was the South Park shelter. Just over the border on the other side were many industrial parks in the town of Windsor. I would get weekly calls from the warehouses looking for full-time employees. I'd have to tell them I have candidates that are at the shelter, but they have no way to get to the employer. Now, for a $2 bus ticket, we could have a success story. The homeless veteran gets a job, the warehouse gets a new employee. Everybody wins. In summary, for just a $2 bus ticket, we could change the veterans' world. We could change their quality of life. We could get them out of the shelters and into their own apartments. And we could give these heroes hope that somebody cares. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. We appreciate it. And I think we certainly do want to be helpful. Are there other members of the committee who have questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate your service. Thanks. I'm going to return back to Randy Watson. All right. And now I'm going to go on to Samantha Sna. I apologize. Let me know how to say it.
I'll say it in my testimony and then you'll. Co-chair, Representative Foster, and distinguished members of the Committee on Veterans and Military Affairs. My name is Samantha Sna. I live in New Haven, and I am a Master of Public Health student at Yale School of Public Health in the Department of Health Policy. I'm here today to testify in support of Committee Bill 6765, an act concerning assistance with dental services for certain veterans. As the daughter of a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force, I've always had a special place in my heart for veterans. Ours is a type of family where when we would see an older person in the street with a military cap, my father would always tell us to go and say thank you for your service. This past summer, I worked at New York City Council performing a comprehensive systems analysis of the city's Department of Veteran Services. This experience shed light on how some of the bravest individuals in our country, to whom we owe a great debt, are falling through the cracks of our systems and often leading to homelessness, unemployment, and poor mental and physical health. I ask you, is this how we repay the veterans who have made such sacrifices for us? Dental hygiene is an important part of providing for veterans. Committee Bill 6765 seeks to provide assistance vouchers to eligible veterans so that they may receive dental services at the University of Connecticut School of Dental Medicine and at federally qualified health centers in Connecticut. This is incredibly important for a number of reasons. First, I'm sure you are all familiar with the Veterans Health Administration. While it plays a crucial part in providing health care to veterans, unfortunately, dental care is not part of one of its universal benefits. This means that there are certainly veterans in Connecticut who need dental care but do not have the means to access it. Second, poor dental health can lead to infections like tooth decay, and poor dental hygiene is associated with endocarditis, cardiovascular disease, pneumonia, and other chronic conditions. This is especially important to manage for veterans who, according to a 2021 study published in Military Medicine, are more likely to belong to groups at higher risk of poor oral hygiene. As a result, veterans experience a higher prevalence of adverse oral health conditions compared to non-veterans. Finally, if you remain unconvinced, I urge you to read the recent report by CareQuest and the American Institute of Dental Public Health. which states that of the more than 9 million veterans who are eligible for medical care through the VA, 85% are not eligible for dental coverage or care. This could explain why it was reported that almost 600,000 veterans reported oral health-related productivity loss, at least occasionally in 2023, meaning issues with their teeth, mouth, or dentures impacted them so much that they were unable to do their usual jobs correctly. This leads to elevated costs for employers due to a higher annual cost of missed workdays, potentially leading to unemployment for affected veterans. Committee Bill 6765 is a step in the right direction in making sure that at least some of the Connecticut veterans who are experiencing barriers to dental care will finally be able to access the care they deserve. Thank you to the committee for your time and attention, and I urge you to put your full support behind this bill. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much for coming. And I just have to say, I was previously affiliated with the Yale Griffin Prevention Research Center. So it's an honor to see a Yale MPH student up here. It's wonderful to have you testifying. I have a question. Are you familiar with denture fit and the negative impacts for seniors who have poor denture fit and their later health outcomes?
Not that specifically, but personally, this is absolutely not the same thing, but I'm actually going through an Invisalign journey myself, and I know that, the way that those types of appliances fit in your mouth can have implications on, perhaps trapping bacteria between the appliance and your gums, leading to infection. So that's what I know on that front.
Yeah, I appreciate your answer. I'm a registered dietitian in my training, and what we know about folks who have poor denture fit or have a hard time covering the cost of denture improvements is that it's associated with seniors having more rapid decline in their health. And that when they have an adverse event as they're aging, people who have poor fitting dentures are more likely to rapidly waste, so lose weight and not recover from that illness or injury. So denture fit is actually a really important nutritional indicator of how likely someone is to recover from an illness or injury later in life. And so this bill came as a suggestion from senior veterans who live in my community through the Veterans Coffee House and collective brainstorming on what they wanted to prioritize this year. And I think it's rooted in a lot of science about how if we want to care for long and healthy lives for folks, we have to make sure that their dental health is also well cared for. So thank you for your testimony. Representative Vail has a question.
Thank you. I don't know if it's meant to you. I haven't looked a lot into this bill, to be honest. I like it. My daughter is actually a dental hygienist. And I wonder if we look into maybe, and what your opinion would be, we have two of the best dental hygiene universities in the United States, with the University of Bridgeport and the University of New Haven. And when my daughter went through the process, we had to go in and she had to practice on, I went in and volunteered, but maybe we could work something out where the veterans get that type of, I still got a great cleaning, right? Hurt a little bit more. She's way better at it now, but I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, she did a good job. She was just maybe a little longer in the process. But it's a good, maybe something, it's always good when we combine the community with doing things for veterans. Maybe that's, and Tungus Community College actually has a really good dental hygiene program as well. Actually, I think Goodwin does. So we have a lot of dental hygiene schools in this state that need to have patients that they can, maybe there's something we could work out where we could get, that's just an idea. I don't know what you thought of that. Maybe we could have some of our veterans go in and get their teeth cleaned for free. So.
Absolutely. Aside from working on this, I work with Special Olympics Connecticut, and I know that they have partnerships with places like Quinnipiac University, where part of the training for some of the students, if they are interested in learning how to work with people with disabilities, is to work with Special Olympics athlete and provide, receive training and provide care free of charge, is my understanding. And so I think that that is a really good idea that has a lot of merit and seems to be proven with different populations.
Yeah, I know the University of New Haven works with youth groups in that area. And also I think they travel to Indian reservations, Native American reservations throughout the country to do that. So just I thought I'd throw that maybe as a potential idea to maybe add to this bill, or maybe something we can look at down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. And Rep. Vail, that was certainly the idea with including the UConn School of Dental Medicine and UConn, in this process. So I appreciate you so much for your testimony and good luck in your studies. We certainly need more masters in public health students, and our nation will be grateful for your public health work for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you to all of you for your time.
The next person on the agenda, I'm just going to give Randy Watson one more chance. If anyone knows Randy, let him know that I'm going to cross him off, but if he comes back, they can flag me down. The next person on the agenda is Allison Weir.
Good afternoon, Representative Foster, Representative Anderson, members of the committee. My name is Allison Weir, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Veterans Legal Center and an Air Force veteran. I've submitted written testimony on a number of bills, but I want to focus my time here on HB 6874 and HB 6909. The Connecticut Veterans Legal Center provides free legal assistance to low-income veterans living in Connecticut. Approximately 44% of our clients have service-connected disability ratings from their service and receive VA disability benefits. A large part of our work is representing veterans before the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs and the Veterans Benefits Administration. All of our attorneys who do this work are fully accredited by the VA, and we do not charge for our services. As such, I fully support the intent behind 6874 and 6909 to protect veterans from unscrupulous claim sharks. It's important to warn veterans that these claim services are not sanctioned nor accredited by the VA. However, as written, the warnings could also apply to the Connecticut Veterans Legal Center and other attorneys who are accredited by the VA but are not attached to a VSO organization or the state DVA. Connecticut Veteran Legal Center attorneys who represent veterans before the VA are all accredited by the VA, and CVLC has a memorandum of understanding with the VA as part of our medical legal partnership, but we're not a veteran service organization. It's a very specific charter, and we do not fall within that. We are a standalone nonprofit legal services program following a common model for providing representation before the VA. As such, we don't fall within exemptions mentioned in the warning. The distinguishing factor of a legitimate claims agent or attorney and an illegitimate claims agent is the VA accreditation. And I would request that the committee consider changing the wording to include that the accreditation is really sort of the distinguishing factor as opposed to being connected to being a VSO or DVA. So that is really basically my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions about this or any other things I submitted.
Thank you so much, Allison. I appreciate you being here. I've already flagged to the Attorney General's office, who is advocating on behalf of this legislation, that they sync up their understanding with your testimony and make sure that we end up to a place that we are concurrently aligned. Are there any other members of the committee that have questions for Allison while she's here? We thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next person on the agenda today is Cynthia Jennings. I'm not seeing Cynthia Jennings. Emily Trudeau.
Honorable co-chairs, vice chairs, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Emily Trudeau, and I am chair of the Connecticut Bar Association's Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, speaking in my personal capacity as a Bronze Star decorated veteran of Operation Iraqi Freedom. I've submitted written testimony on a number of bills, but I would like to address one bill in particular, and that is the Connecticut Veterans Cemetery. Before I get on to my planned remarks, though, I did want to jump on with respect to the Claim Sharks bill. I'm not sure if this committee is aware, but periodically the Connecticut Bar Association does put on trainings for attorneys seeking to get accredited to appear before the VA. These trainings are free, with the caveat that we do ask that anyone who takes advantage of the free training pledged themselves to represent one client pro bono before the VA. And I've just spoken with my vice chair, who you just heard testify, and we are going to be at our next meeting discussing whether it's time to put on another training, as we have not had one in about a year. And I think it may be time for another one based on what I'm hearing today, to make sure the people who are representing our veterans before the VA are doing it legally and with the proper accreditation. Moving on to my planned remarks. For as long as humans have had civilization, we have found a way to provide a dignified burial for our dead. For as long as humans have sent their men and women to take up arms in defense of those civilizations, we have found a way to honor our war dead. In my last tour on active duty, I had the honor of serving as the staff judge advocate to Naval Special Warfare Group 4. As part of my duties, I was required to write wills and other end-of-life documents for special warfare operators deploying overseas. We sent these young men and women to wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and on counter-narco and counter-terrorism missions to South America, Africa, and the Philippines. When I worked with them to prepare their wills, with the exception of one boat operator who asked to have his remains shot out of a circus cannon, without fail, yeah, boat guys, what can you do? They had one very simple request: a funeral with military honors and burial in a military cemetery. For my retiree clients, it was the same. When they looked back on their life, that was what meant the most to them: being remembered in death for the honorable service that they offered in life. That was it. We hear "thank you for your service" all the time, but we can't provide a burial? That's the final thank you for your service. And as a veteran, it distresses me and it concerns me that we have a plot of land available, cost-effective, already located, and it's being taken off the table because some people just don't want a veteran cemetery in their backyard. And that, as a veteran, is disgraceful. And I really hope, I know that there were a number of people who spoke at that town council meeting in support of using that land as the annex, and that does seem the logical solution. The land is there. The land is already next to the cemetery. It wouldn't require new infrastructure. There's a federal grant available for it. And I understand a lot of people spoke in favor of that logical, clear solution, and a number of people spoke against it. And I really hope that none of the people who spoke against it ever tell me thank you for your service. Because how can you thank us for your service if you can't even provide us a place to bury our dead? Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. The next person on the agenda is Rhonda Filbert.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Veterans and Military Affairs Committee. My name is Rhonda Filbert. I am a Manchester resident. I am a former chair of the African American and Black Affairs Council of Manchester. I'm also the CEO of Multiple Perspectives, a health equity coaching and consulting company. I'm here today to support House Bill 6768 and Senate Bill 1277. Both of these bills support affordable housing for veterans, which is absolutely needed in Connecticut and beyond. I am here as an advocate who is concerned about the health and well-being of our veterans. I have witnessed firsthand the challenges that many veterans face when transitioning to civilian life, and affordable housing remains one of the greatest obstacles. Many of our veterans return home with physical injuries, and also those injuries that we can't see, known as invisible wounds, like PTSD, and financial difficulties that make stable housing out of reach. According to national reports, tens of thousands of veterans experience homelessness each year, and even more live on the brink of losing their homes due to skyrocketing rental prices and insufficient financial resources. For those who served our country with honor, it is unacceptable that so many struggle to find a safe place to call home. Sometimes the skills gained in military service do not always translate directly to civilian jobs, leaving many veterans underemployed or unemployed. Additionally, some rely on fixed incomes, such as disability or retirement benefits, which are often not enough to cover the high cost of rent. Affordable housing is not just shelter. It is about dignity, stability, and the ability to reintegrate into society. Studies have shown that when veterans have access to stable housing, they experience better mental and physical health outcomes, greater job security, and improved family stability. Decent and affordable housing can make a life-changing difference for our veterans. We owe it to our veterans to ensure that none are left behind after their service to our country. I urge this committee to support House Bill 6768 and Senate Bill 1277 that will expand access to affordable housing for veterans. These proposed bills will provide homes for veterans in public and low to moderate income housing. This is not just a moral obligation, it is a commitment to those who have defended our freedoms. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. The next speaker is Kathleen Cardona. Kathleen, if you hop on, we'll come back to you. The next person is Raymond Baldwin. No. It appears he's not on right now. He signed up to testify remotely, but he's not here yet. So the next person is Rafael Podolski. Rafi.
Thank you very much. My name is Rafael Podolski. I'm a lawyer with the Legal Services Programs. Connecticut Legal Services is the entity that employs me. I'm here for one bill only, and that's Senate Bill number 1277, which we oppose. In general, we have no problems with veterans' preferences, but this bill is not really a veterans' preference bill at all. Rather, it's a way of getting towns out of the affordable housing statute, which is 8-30G. I'm not going to go into details to how 8-30G works, but it's an inappropriate way to try and express the notion of incentivizing housing for veterans. Essentially, the way this bill is written, it does not provide something for veterans that they wouldn't already have. If housing is written for people, if a housing development is created for people below 80% of median income, and it has long-term restrictions so that it will stay affordability for a long period of time, it's actually counted towards, if it's newly constructed, it's going to be counted towards a moratorium on 8-30G for a town. This bill has nothing in it about long-term affordability. In other words, what it does is just tries to frame some extra way of getting to a moratorium. And we would just urge that the committee not move the bill forward. It really does not qualify as a bill that's going to have any positive impact for veterans. I'm happy to answer questions about anything you want. I'm happy to talk more about 8-30G, but that's really probably not the province of this committee.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. I don't see any questions for members of the committee, but I know that Senator Gordon was interested in this provision in particular, so I'll make sure I direct him your way as we navigate what might be alternatives that might be amenable to your group as you're advocating. But thank you so much for your testimony.
Sure. Thanks very much.
The next person on the agenda is Pam Sawyer. Oh, maybe. The next person on the agenda is Anne Marie Mesquita Jackson. The next person on the agenda is Joe Bushite. The next person on the agenda is Mark Christensen. Oh, and his group already testified. The next person on the agenda is Meredith Deany. All right. The next person on the list is Patricia Brune. Sherry Ellis. If any of these folks come and join later and we're still here, you can flag me down. Francis McCarthy.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Chairman, and members of the committee. My name is Francis S. McCarthy. I'm a resident of North Branford, Connecticut, and I'm a member of the American Legion Post 89 in East Haven and a newly appointed member of the Veterans Council in East Haven. I previously testified in support of proposed Senate Bill 632 pertaining to the annual stand down. I am here today in support of proposed Senate Bill 1150. I have attended the last 4 stand downs held at the University of Bridgeport. I am concerned that all veterans being given the opportunity to receive their driver's license renewals at no cost. Currently, the state of Connecticut provides a tight 6-hour window once a year at the stand down for this opportunity. While the Department of Motor Vehicles is to be commended for their operation at the stand down, it is not a benefit that all veterans can take advantage of. Proposed Senate Bill 1150 would enable all veterans to obtain their driver license renewals at no cost year-round at all DMV offices, either online or in person. I've had a conversation with State Representative Vincent Candelora, where I recommended that the state of Connecticut be fair to all veterans. I realize that there is an expense to doing this. Representative Candelora advised that the expense to the state of Connecticut would be spread out over the 8 years of the licensing period, as all veterans would not be renewing their license in 1 year. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony and for being here. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to go back to Meredith Deany, who is now we see online.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, for hearing me out today. I stand before you today as a veterans representative for the town of Chester and in honor of my father, Charles T. Park, a second-generation Marine Corps veteran who bravely served our nation in Vietnam. Despite knowing the risks, he enlisted immediately after high school, driven by an unwavering sense of duty and honor. During his enlistment, he was awarded the Purple Heart for injuries sustained in combat. His dedication to service continued after Vietnam, with 4 years in the Connecticut National Guard Military Police and a concurrent service on the Hartford Police Force, where he earned 2 Meritorious Service Awards. Tragically, my father passed away in May of 2023 at the age of 74 from cancer. Years prior, the VA had declared him permanently and totally disabled to exposure of toxic substances at Camp Lejeune and Agent Orange during his military service. These exposures ultimately led to his untimely death. While nothing can replace the time stolen from us, we believe our veterans and their families deserve just compensation for their sacrifices. This bill, 1276, though well-intended, arrives too late for most World War II, Korean, and Vietnam War veterans who have already passed. However, it can still provide the much-needed support to their surviving spouses and families. I urge you to amend this bill to include the spouses of all deceased veterans, regardless of their date of death. Exempting them from property taxes is a small but meaningful way to recognize their loved ones' selfless service to our country. My father, a Marine through and through, would be the first to say that service and sacrifice deserve recognition. Let us honor his legacy and the legacy of other veterans by making this bill truly inclusive to all the families and spouses, regardless of the date of death. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for your family's service. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I thank you for your testimony. We're going to go back to Patricia Brune, who I understand is now here. Is that correct? I guess not.
Hi.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I'm here today. I apologize for the loud noise. I stepped out to lunch as I was being called. I currently work full-time. I'm a veteran of the United States Air Force, the Connecticut Air National Guard up at Bradley, 103rd. And I wanted to speak today because I want to support my fellow veterans, but I'm also very concerned about homelessness for veterans. I myself would be homeless if it was not for my family. I think we need to get some
We're gonna
affordability.
have Claire Nesarello and
Hello, I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I'm here to support the homelessness bill and for the affordability for all veterans, because as a veteran myself, I currently live at my parents' house because I am unable to afford rents in the state of Connecticut. I've been working full time. I have a college degree, but yet I still do not make enough to afford the rents in Connecticut. I'd also like to speak on behalf of the dental bill, as that is very important. Dental health is extremely important, and I'm firsthand aware of that, and dental is much needed among our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming out in support of our veterans. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Barry Kaplan from the American Legion VFW. Barry? Okay, next is John Coates. Kevin Knapp.
Hello. Thank you, Chairman Foster and Co-Chair Honig. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. And also thank you to the members of the Standing Committee. I would like to offer testimony of AARP Connecticut today, and we would like your support of the raised bill, House Bill 6909 and House Bill 6874. My name is John Coates. I'm an AARP Connecticut Fraud Watch volunteer, and I live in Windsor. And AARP is a nonpartisan social mission organization with age 50 plus membership of nearly 38 million nationwide, nearly 550,000 people here in Connecticut. We support livable communities for all ages, aging in place initiatives, and financial opportunities and resiliency for everyone as they work, age, and retire. And we're before the General Assembly every year on a multitude of bills that support these issues. We have a long-standing tradition of supporting those who have served in the United States Armed Forces. In 2018, we launched the Veterans and Military Families Initiative to further integrate our efforts in supporting and enhancing the overall health and well-being of veterans as they navigate life's transitions. With nearly 6 million AARP members who have served or are currently serving in the military, we stand as the largest veteran support organization. Now, regarding these bills, HB 6909 is going to ensure reliable access to essential services for older adults and their families, guaranteeing that those who have served our country consistently receive the support they need and deserve. HB 6909 and 6874 will regulate service providers and prevent deceptive practices. The bill would prevent veterans from fraud and exploitation, and we prioritize safeguarding the financial stability of older adults. This is a significant step towards shielding our veterans from unscrupulous practices. They also will require clear disclosures and adherence to fiduciary responsibilities. We heard about that earlier, that promote transparency and accountability. We advocate for honesty and ethical business practices, ensuring that veterans receive trustworthy, reliable services. These bills are also crucial to ensuring that our veterans and their families receive the benefits they rightly deserve without being exploited by for-profit entities prioritizing their bottom line over their fiduciary responsibilities. They also aim to close federal loopholes and send a clear message that our honored veterans are not a piggy bank for companies looking to exploit those seeking assistance with their disability claims. And finally, the Department of Veterans Affairs has issued fraud alerts warning others of schemes targeting veterans seeking disability claims. HB 6909 and 6874 provide a reasonable expectation of transparency in contracts and fee limits to protect these individuals from exploitation.
Sir, that's the time.
The only thing I'd like to add is that we are strengthening HB 6874 by adding enforcement mechanism to ensure compliance with the various provisions of the bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we are grateful to the advocacy of AARP, and we're hopeful that we can connect with you as we move forward with this legislation. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony today. The next speaker is Kevin Knapp.
My name is Kevin Knapp. I am a suffering 100% permanent and total disabled veteran, Iraqi War combat decorated vet who served as a turret gunner in the Sunni Triangle in 2004. Now fighting on behalf of all all veterans here in the state of Connecticut being left without a voice. I took an oath, like many of you in this room. The difference is I was willing to die for everyone in this room, regardless of their race, religion, sexual preference, and most importantly, I could care less about their tax implications and who they voted for. The veteran should always be given the benefit of the doubt. Disabled people have trouble with everyday tasks that you take for granted and may never know. Are any reps 100 and permanent total veterans? If not, this is a lack of representation, and it's the reason why many like me commit suicide at an alarming level. We are not represented by people dealing with the issues of the VA day to day. I am on a waiting list for a mental health counselor and have been for 6 months plus. If I was a criminal, homeless, or drug addict, I would have better access to care. This is backwards and easy to fix. The number is 18 a day. What is the state of Connecticut really doing to stop this? How are they helping vets like me? I have been fighting the Social Security Disability Administration system with no help for over a year. I am supposed to be an expedited claim. My definition of expeditious must be wrong. There's zero accountability and zero training. I've been fighting my town, tax assessor, first selectman, and the entire state of Windsor Locks and the Board of Finance to try to get the exemptions which I qualify for. I fought with the Office of Personnel Management, and the reason this meeting is here today is because of me. I challenged the state, the Office of Personnel Management, and the town of Windsor Locks, and I won. Discriminating against veterans and denying them tax benefits only contributes to that number of suicides. Can you look at the mirror and say I have done enough for the men and women who died before they met their unborn children, drank their first legal beer, missed countless family events, and so many of life's precious moments that we heard about today? Many of these people died fighting for your freedom, but you don't fight for theirs or care for them when they are no longer mission capable. Only you personally know if you have done everything that matters to help these veterans. I took an oath to fight all enemies, foreign and domestic, but I never thought my lifelong home of Connecticut and its leaders would turn their back on me and become the enemy over money and politics. I thought we came first. How can you publicly exploit veterans, but then privately behind closed doors, deny them benefits over money and politics? I have many great ideas if somebody would finally listen, like having Amtrak donate free passes to veterans. This will fix many problems for the veterans and for Amtrak. It will help the drastic issues plaguing veterans and make them mobile, and also help keep trains safe. College students in the
Sir,
state of
that's
Connecticut.
time.
Sure.
So if you'd like to take another 30 seconds to
Sure.
finish your testimony.
College students are given free passes, but our nation's heroes are not deserving of the same passes. Shame on you, Connecticut. Shame on you, Amtrak. I am open to offering my services for any veteran in need for free of charge. If you need help filing a claim, find me on Facebook. I will do it for free. I stand before you and demand action. This bill has been passed unanimously, and suffering vets are still not getting the exemptions they deserve. After fighting with my town assessor, first selectman, and director of finance, and the OPM, I have not been helped. My mortgage is now $700 more a month, as well as the increase of all the bills here in the state of Connecticut. If the state of Connecticut does not want to help me and the 1,209 veterans that we learned earlier that are permanent in total, I will be forced to leave Connecticut that I've served, and my family stays here, for finding places that will serve the people that have served this great nation better. I suggest that the state of Connecticut gets with representatives like Governor DeSantis and Governor Abbott and figure out how they can manage to pay for what veterans deserve. My town of Windsor Locks made $59 million last year, and they have given me nothing.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Can you tell us what grounds your property tax exemption was denied
All
on?
three. I'm a disabled veteran. I have no income. They told me that my income from the VA was an income. That's clearly false, and anybody with a brain can understand that a VA benefit is not income. I've been discriminated against by the town, the state of Connecticut, and anybody else I've been associated with.
I appreciate your testimony. We do have a piece of legislation that's meant to ensure that veterans' benefits don't count against social service provisions. That is something that we're considering.
So
as a
why do the
committee.
tax assessors not know that?
Well, the taxes are not are not the social service provision. So that's a separate thing. So you said you qualify as 100% permanently and totally disabled veteran, and they
I
declined.
qualify under 3 different exemptions, which I qualify for, and they denied me under all.
Okay. It would be helpful if you could send that information to us in writing. We can try and advocate on behalf of you. And I also am noting that you said that you've been waiting for a really long time to get services that you should be getting. And I want to make sure we have your name now as you submitted to
Kevin
to
George Knapp.
testify. So what we'll do is we'll try our best to see if we can advocate and help on behalf of the committee. I'm hoping that we can be helpful to you, and I'm sorry that your experience has been so negative, but thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Do any other members of the committee have questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next person on our list is James Parnell. Okay. I don't see James. Sam Binstein.
Good afternoon, Chairs Foster and Honig, Vice Chairs Lezer and Delaney, Ranking Members Gordon and Anderson, and distinguished members of the Committee on Veterans and Military Affairs. My name is Sam Binstein. I'm a sergeant in the 102nd Infantry Regiment of the Connecticut Army National Guard. I'm pleased to be here to present testimony in support of House Bill number 6439, and I appreciate you guys allowing me to do so. When I enlisted in the Connecticut National Guard in 2018, after a previously failed attempt at college, I received the structure and discipline that I would later need to succeed in a rigorous academic environment, graduating from the University of Connecticut in 2023. At the time I enlisted, the main obstacle in my way of pursuing higher education was cost, and the tuition waiver offered to Connecticut Guardsmen and veterans provided me with the opportunity to return to school without having to worry about an insurmountable financial burden. For our guardsmen and veterans, from junior enlisted officers, the promise of accessible education was one of many reasons they chose to serve their country and state. By making higher education more accessible for Connecticut service members and veterans, the state benefits from a military capable of critical thinking and analysis of complex problems, improving their response capabilities to missions both foreign and domestic. I believe there is potential for House Bill number 6439 to be expanded in scope to further benefit Connecticut service members and veterans. Connecticut public colleges and universities have fee-based programs that negate our tuition benefits by instead operating under a fee per credit billing system. These programs, many of which are online, are likely to be used by service members who are deployed overseas or activated for state missions or veterans working full-time. But because there is no tuition being charged, they cannot use their waiver. Other schools charge fees that are over 50% of the total cost of attendance, leaving an out-of-pocket cost that could still present an insurmountable barrier to those who wish to attend. I encourage the committee to pass House Bill number 6439, but I also encourage the committee to expand the language of the bill to include other fees associated with the cost of higher education in our state to continue to broaden access for Connecticut veterans and military members. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. I want to tell you that we're interested in helping and trying to make this right. Rep. Anderson has been working on this for a couple of years, and I think that we understand the root of the problem, and I think we understand how we need to fix it. So we're looking forward to doing our best to do that this year. So thanks for your testimony. We appreciate it. Anyone else? Thank you. The next person on the list is Rachel Clark. Oh. The next person on the list is Mary Bagnashi.
And
we're just going to continue. Oh, go ahead, Mary.
Hello. Hi. I'm Mary Bagnashi, and I'm happy. Thank you for having me and being here to provide this I guess First Amendment protected right. I did apply correctly last year for 2 different meetings, one with this Veterans Committee and one with Housing. I happen to be kind of an expert on both areas. I wanted to be on the Zoom on my phone because I had a picture of my father that I was going to show you. He was a retired Army Major Vietnam veteran. And, both my mom and dad were born in Torrington. And my father graduated from Providence College with a bachelor's degree, and he went right into the armed services in the Army. And all 7 of the kids were born in the Army. I always say I was born in the Army because I was born in an Army hospital in Nuremberg, Germany, one of 7 children. So, and 4 of us are service members. And I am really appreciative of all the, like the women who had lost their husbands. And I could relate to my mother and myself in that vein. But unfortunately, I'm here to tell you that all of my experiences with first off, the state of Connecticut Department of Veterans Affairs, they will continue to claim that they don't have any records, and they had become power of attorney in the 90s.
Excuse me, Mary.
What's that?
Mary,
I'm sorry.
would you mind letting us know what bill you're testifying on? Because we require you to be testifying on legislation that's before the committee at this moment in time.
Well, I would say that it would be in terms of then the property tax and the 100% disabled veteran category. In that, had I had any of the services as a veteran, as a disabled veteran, which, by the way, when I got out of the Army in 1983, I was put on Social Security disability, not SSI, because I had worked 3 years prior to joining. But I worked my way off, and but I was 100% disabled when I got out of the Army in '83. And I worked my way off until 2010, and I had a relapse and started going in my chronic and severe PTSD. And within 2 years, I was back on Social Security disability 100%. And I've been on
Apologies, ma'am. That's
100%
the time.
disability ever since. Excuse me?
Said apologies, that's the time.
Okay, it's already 5 minutes. That went fast. Okay, well, I'll wrap it up by saying that what I will do in continuing to petition with really a prayer of relief that this committee open up an investigation into the documents that I will be forwarding you, and at the same time will be forwarding to President Donald Trump and Attorney General Pam Bondi. And that's in following up with years of going to all of you all of my local reps out of Torrington, all the way to Washington, including, by the way, Blumenthal and Murphy. I'll be sending you documents, and I urge you to open up an investigation into all of the gross negligent failures of all of the agencies and systems that are supposed to be in place that you're promoting. I'm like that other male veteran that I'm telling you that it's not working.
Thank you so much for your
Thank you.
testimony. I appreciate your testimony. And I'm just going to remind the public that the committee cannot open up investigations. That's not within the purview of our committee. So I'd like to remind folks to please testify on the legislation that is before us as we continue on today. The next person on the agenda is Maria Mazzucato. Stacy Wright. Mark Rudewiz. Cheryl Caldwell. Gwen Samuel.
Here, give me a moment to figure this out. Good morning to the members of the Veterans and Military Affairs Committee. My name is Gwen Samuel. First and foremost, I'm a mama, grandma. I'm also a veteran. I served in the United States Marine Corps. And thank you to Bridget Price, who reminded me that this was happening today. And I want to say to everyone that we have to look at the whole veteran. We say that about children, the whole children matter. Many people know me as an education advocate. But in this particular thing, when we're looking at the bills, we have to look at the whole veteran. Because Connecticut likes to work in silos, right? We work in isolation of everything. We're talking about housing here, right? We're talking about mental health here, right? But Connecticut has been working over the years to streamline services and resources so that we can meet the needs of all of our citizens, to include those who have served our country. And with that said, I'm in support of Senate House Bill 6768 regarding the 10% set aside for housing, 1277, again, supporting housing. But I want to add a caveat to that. I just started using my VA services. And I think this body is going to have to pay attention to the fact that there are current lawsuits happening with our legal department as it relates to those in the military who have experienced sexual assault. So there's a population of those with disability that aren't even on your radar yet because they're in litigation. I served in the 80s. The military is now co-ed. It wasn't co-ed when I was there. When I was in the Marine Corps, it was like 30 men to one woman Marine. And so that came with challenges. I'm in PTSD support services with other women. And we are struggling mentally. But my challenge with this body is it's only what you can do for us. I am an able body. I want to work. Yes, I've had some mental moments being in the military, where I need additional supports. But for the most part, I want to work. So I want to encourage this body, because we're talking about small towns. They're worried about how can we afford to pay for some of these services that those who served our country need. Well, then we need to look at what we did back in the day during the Great Depression, right? Working America, the Common Core we had. I'm saying that to say veterans have a military occupational specialty. There were though I was an admin clerk, 0151. You got disbursement. You got different military people, people who built the barracks, people who drive trucks. These are able-bodied people who some of their mental health is because they're unemployed. They're not able to be gainfully employed and contribute to society, which is now causing continual mental health, right? Which will lead to homelessness, meaning you're not able to support your families. So again, I'm asking you to support these housing bills, right? Support dental, right? Because the whole veteran matters. But understand, this is not just on the taxpayer. There are veterans who want to contribute to the society. So maybe we can look at creating a pipeline of talent, working with our contractors so that veterans can now help build some of these housing you want. Because there is a 2020, and Representative Nolan, thank you for your lead, along with Joshua Hall, who's not on this body, regarding the disparity study. Okay, I'm wrapping up. So all I'm saying is, don't just make this the government is coming to save the veterans. We are here as active participants to support our bottom line of economic stability. So maybe we can also look at ensuring that some of these very veterans can help build some of the very housing that you're talking about. Because if not, DAS, you have given DAS permission to hire from Massachusetts, New York, all these other states to come build in our state. We need to be able to keep our tax dollars in the state, and we need to be able to spend them. The veterans should be able to spend them in the towns that they live in. And that will help you with your small towns as well as your larger urban town. This is all hands on deck. And even those that are dealing with disabilities, again, I'm diagnosed with chronic, but I'm not looking for you to come take care of me. I'm still 59, able-bodied. I just don't have fair access, if you will, to opportunities in some arenas like construction. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And remember, the whole veteran matters, and we can't keep piecemeal supporting them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Samuel. I appreciate your testimony. And I want to say that since I've been on this committee, I've learned quite a lot about veterans serving veterans organizations. There's a lot of them doing really great work in the dental space. We've acknowledged, though there's a shortage there, we certainly have legal defense that are veterans serving veterans that have come before this committee many times. And I think the model you're talking about works, and we will certainly look into ways that we can support that model moving forward. Thank you for your testimony. Any other questions? A question from Rep. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gwen, Representative Anderson,
Yes.
good to see you and hear from you.
Thank you, sir.
Just wanted to thank you for your service and your advocacy, and you have a lot of creative ideas, and I hope you'll stay in touch with this committee. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, most definitely I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Anderson. I appreciate your testimony, ma'am. The next person on the agenda is John Koss.
Good evening, and thank you, co-chair and committee members. My name is Jonathan Koss, and today I stand before you not only as a veteran, but as an advocate, advocating for 4 bills today, for the 146,000 brave men and women from Connecticut who have served our nation with honor and distinction. These veterans represent 4.5 of the adult civilian population in our state. These veterans have made immense sacrifices to protect our freedoms. It is our duty to ensure they receive the support and recognition they deserve. One critical way to honor our veterans is by improving property tax exemption, Bill 1091. Keep in mind that the veterans who benefit from this will be a small percentage. Increasing these amounts will provide significant financial relief, especially for those who are disabled or on fixed incomes. Furthermore, we should honor the veterans who made the ultimate sacrifice by providing exceptions for the Gold Star families with Bill 1276. These measures will erase the financial burdens, and encourage home ownership and stability within our communities. Additionally, we should implement no-cost driver's license and free license plates for veterans. Bills 1150 and 6734. The cost for both is around $140. Keep in mind that the veterans who benefit from this will be a small percentage. These benefits are symbols of gratitude and respect. By eliminating these costs, we can help veterans maintain their independence and alleviate some of those additional financial burdens they face. These proposals on those bills, 1091, 1276, 1150, and 6734, are not just about financial support. They are about recognizing the sacrifices our veterans have made and ensuring they are treated with dignity and respect they have earned. Let us come together and really show our gratitude by supporting these initiatives and show our veterans that their services and sacrifice are deeply appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Do any other members of the committee have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for testifying. Sorry we passed you over to begin with.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the agenda is George Cruz or Jorge Cruz. I apologize. Okay. Is there anyone in the room who missed signing up to testify, to speak, or that I missed as we went through, sir? Could you introduce yourself?
I'm Gerald Augustine of Middletown, and I'm a chaplain of 5 veterans organizations in Middletown. And I also wrote my book, Vietnam Beyond. I'd like to speak about the property tax relief. We Vietnam veterans who are 100% disabled were notified this fall that we will be getting tax exemption on our home property. I recently received a letter from our tax department. Wouldn't you know it? They tried every conceivable way to weasel out of giving us this deserved benefit. My benefit would be a pittance of saving on my tax from my disabled son's car, not my home property. So I returned the letter. I wrote a letter back in November 30th of 2024 to the City of Middletown, Connecticut Tax Department. In regards to the 100% disabled veteran property tax waiver that we were offered this year, it has been another traumatizing experience to my psyche. First, we were built up with a good feeling that we would not have to pay a property tax on our home this coming year. Just last week, I was blindsided with a letter from our tax department stating that I would receive a pittance of a tax saving on my disabled son's car. I own the house at 47 Ridge Road. It is the only house I own. My 100% disabled son lives there. It has been in my family since 1951. I've owned it since 2001. My son is 100% my 100% dependent. I pay all of the bills on this property. I do not rent this home out. It is my family home. Is this another stab on the back agreement to us Vietnam veterans? When I returned home in August of 1967 from combat, Middletown did not even know that I existed. I nearly lost my life numerous times. No welcoming home or anything. I began working immediately. Now that many years have passed, I have to deal with my 100% disabilities as well as my sons, my 3 sons. My middle son, Mark, committed suicide at age 38 in 2014. My son, Gerald D., who I mentioned, lives in our home at 47 Ridge Road. My youngest son, Michael, has schizophrenia and is also suicidal and 100% disabled, all due to the betrayal of the spraying of Agent Orange herbicide that I came in contact with while serving in the United States Army in 1966 and 1967 in War Zone C during Operation Ranch Hand. I am now dealing with sleepless nights since I received the determination that I will not receive the tax break on my home property. I do not accept this finding.
Thank you, sir. We're very sorry to hear about the struggle and all the struggles you and your family face. I'm sorry, and I hope that we can do something to help. Thank you for testifying. Anyone else with questions for this gentleman? Is Sal Jardier here? Sha Mooney.
Right here, online on Zoom.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sha Mooney. Thank you to all the members of the committee and good afternoon. I'm 100% disabled former U.S. Marine and also in the United States Air Force combat veteran. I'm writing today in strong support of SB 1276, a bill that seeks to expand property tax exemptions for disabled veterans. However, there's a shortfall in the legislation which the Simsbury tax assessor thinks that obstructed the intent of the law. When I submitted my required documents back in August this year to the town of Simsbury, I learned that my tax exemption could not be honored because my house was in a trust. I pay the mortgage every month on my house, which is clearly in my name as well as my wife's. The assessor was very professional, but explained that while everything looked good, the only reason they would not grant me the exemption was because there's clear oversight in the bill, and she hoped it would be fixed in 2025. So I'm writing in hopes that I'm speaking today in hopes that the legislation can be modified to include veterans that own homes, even if they exist in trusts, and basically have three questions for the committee today. One, based on the exemption, based on how the law was written, was this really just an oversight, or will this legislation fix that oversight, I guess is the better question. And then the last question is, if it is fixed, will there be a retroactive exemption considered in light of what happened in 2024? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I just want to point out, it is my understanding, I hope if I'm wrong, I'll be corrected later on. But it is my understanding that the statute as it was written does not exclude properties in trust, but it does not specifically include them. And I think the tax assessors were alarmed by the number of folks who qualified and looked for exceptions. And so I apologize for that. And we are going to have to look into that and talk that through with the committee. And we appreciate your testimony. We acknowledge that this is something that has come up in towns as a challenge, and we're hopeful that we can find clarity moving forward. Any members of the committee have questions? Seeing none. Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Greg Alulis. Lawrence Tureen.
Thank you for having me. I have a letter I would like to read and pass on to co-sponsor Senator Anwar on SB 1276. State Senator Saud Anwar concerning Substitute House Bill number 5491, Public Act number 24-46. Dear Senator.
Sir, would you mind coming a little closer to the microphone? We're having a hard time hearing you. Thank you.
I'm Lawrence B. Toreno, 77-year-old Connecticut resident and veteran of foreign wars. I reside at 137 Riverside Avenue in Westport, Connecticut. Since I purchased my property and house in 1980, I have been living there for 44 years. I own no other property and have no other address. It's not just my primary, but my only residence. As a veteran, I've been treated very well by the state of Connecticut and the town of Westport due to my veteran status. I therefore was quite elated when the state legislature announced a new and substantial tax exemption for all veterans, especially those with a 100% disability rating from the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs. The exemption would be applied to their dwelling as a direct deduction from their property tax. Months ago, I went to the Westport Town Assessor's office and registered by providing a copy of my DD 214 discharge and a current Department of Veteran Affairs administration form confirming my 100% disability and stating that it is permanent. I was told at the time my property tax will be reduced per quarter considerably. It was all set and that I need do nothing more. This was a great relief. like all taxpayers, my wife and I watch our finances very carefully. Months later, I received a letter from Westport Assessor's Office stating that I had to complete a current veteran information form and to return it by January 17th, 2025. I was puzzled. What changed from what I first had been told and why I was asked to do more? I went to the assessor's office and presented a filled out form. I was told I was now ineligible. Shocked, I inquired and was told it was because the property was in my wife, Mary H. Torreno's name. I had transferred ownership to my wife not long after we were married as a sure sign of affection and trust. My wife...
Sir, that's the time.
That's it? Oh, all right.
You can
I'll
finish
go quick.
reading your letter, sir.
I'm sorry?
You may finish reading.
Oh, yeah. My wife of 35 years and I have always shared the same residence at 137 Riverside Avenue, where we raised our 3 children. We share the same finances, checking account, and pay all our taxes jointly and always have. As a veteran, I always receive a very small exemption on property tax, even though it's in her name. Why is it different regarding this tax exemption? Although this bill was well-intentioned, I believe that in practice it could be considered discriminatory, especially towards our women veterans. It is likely that many women veterans who are married have their house and property in their spouse's name. They then would be as affected as I have been, ineligible. I'm appealing to you, Senator Anwar, and the Connecticut State Legislature to revise this legislation and make it applicable to me and all my fellow veterans. I would also request this apply to my wife if I pass away.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Surviving spouses are eligible under the law as it's written currently. This seems to be a tragic case of paperwork misalignment, and I am sorry that this is how this has happened. And I think that was a lovely gesture for your wife, and I'm very upset that did not work out the way you intended in this moment. And so Representative Vale has a question, and then I'll come back. Go ahead, Rep. Vale.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I just want to make a comment. Again, we've gone through this bill a lot over the years, and finally it went over the finish line last year. And the legislative intent of the bill was to give 100% disabled veterans 100% property tax abatement. It's that simple. It wasn't any outs or anything. That was the intention of the bill. That simple. And unfortunately, maybe, people interpret things a certain way, or maybe we didn't articulate it well enough. But I can tell you, as I sit here, that our intention on that bill was just that 100% property tax abatement for 100% disabled veterans and their spouses, if that were the case. So why that's not happening, why it didn't happen, whether that's our fault or someone else's, I guess doesn't really solve the problem. But that is the intent. So I don't want anyone, I was here for the whole thing, start to finish for years. That was the intent of our bill, of this legislative body, with no opt-outs, no little ways to get out of doing it. And if we didn't articulate that, I think we did articulate it. It didn't work out that way in the writing, where people are interpreting it a different way. And that's, I think the intention is to fix that so that there isn't any areas of any gray areas where there'd be any other concept of what we want to do. But I've heard a lot of people testify. I just want to make people, this legislative body, that was our intent. So we're going to try to alleviate anything that we may have left that makes it confusing for assessors or anyone else. So, and with
do you think? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, do you think you could maybe change that? Because I'm not gonna take that back from my wife. Even
No,
if I'm gonna lose $6,000-7,000 every year.
I'm pretty sure that that's something, I'll leave that up to the chairpersons of
Okay.
the committee, but having been here and been a former ranking member, and knowing a lot about this, I just want to make it abundantly clear to everybody that that was the intention of
Yeah.
this bill through this committee in the House, the Senate, and beyond. So,
All right.
thank you. I just wanted to make that statement, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Can I ask, does the tax bill come to your name?
I'm sorry?
Does the tax bill come to your name? Or does the
Yes,
tax
it
bill
does.
come in your wife's
It-
name?
Well, it comes to my wife, but, I pay it. So,
I appreciate
know,
it. Thank you. That
if
helps
you
us
can,
sort of
remedy
navigate
it.
this challenge.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. We'll do our best to meet the needs of everyone who's testified before the committee today. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and we will do our best to help as many people as we can. Thank you so much.
Okay, because I mean, I do dwell there. That's my only dwell.
Yeah,
And,
it's a
yeah.
little more complicated with your name not on the deed. We heard about it in trust also. There's going to be complications as we navigate what that'll mean moving forward, but I appreciate your testimony and the sentiment is well
Okay.
received.
Can
Thank
I-
you.
Can I pass this on to? the
Please do.
senator?
Yep.
Who would I give?
Senator Anwar's not here, but I can give it to him.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have Ronald Catania next.
Good afternoon, honored members. My name is Ronald Catania. I'm a Vietnam combat veteran that is service connected. I'm a product of Agent Orange with prostate cancer. Mom always said to me I should pay it forward, so I came out of retirement the second time, and I worked for the state of Connecticut helping 650 vets. My coworker over here, Brian DeCanto, was one of my coworkers that we worked together helping vets. Out of the 650 vets that I've helped, my frustrations were in three areas. One is veterans could not get to work. And I noticed there's a proposed bill for veterans to have a free ride on Veterans Day. Well, I would propose, and my colleague over here had submitted testimony before on 775 SB, that veterans be allowed to turn around and go on the bus completely free. I think that a lot of the buses are basically empty, and I thought it would be a good idea myself. Some of the other things that veterans were having a problem with was the 100% service connected, which I totally support. But I want to try to unconfuse myself. I heard the kind gentleman on my left here say it was 100%. And my understanding is it's just not 100%. It's 100% permanent in total. So I want to make sure that I am correct in that. I support that bill. Let's try to make it right. And the last thing that veterans face is getting assistance with their veterans claim. So I'm an advocate of assisting any veteran that needs help with a claim. I've had veterans come back that have gotten attorneys, and they tell me that they can't get out of the contract with the attorney because it's a binder, and then they can't get a VSO because the VSO will not help them because they have an attorney. And that's really a complicated issue. And the way I found out more about this, I found that the way this works is, and this is just the veterans I'm talking to because it may not be all veterans. The way this works is that if you're 80% service connected and you get to 100, the 20% that is increased is part of the attorney's fee for 1 year. Now, that may not be all attorneys, but that was I was given for information. Please try to understand that especially the older veterans, the veterans in my age, the veterans that are 65, 75 plus, are intimidated by the VA. They need help to go in there. I've gone into the VA.
Sir, that's the time.
Can I just finish? I've gone into the VA with these veterans. I've walked to the 4th floor. The state of Connecticut has great VSOs. So does the VFW, DAV, American Legion, but there's not enough VSOs. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. I just want to tell you that we do have a bill that was raised already for a public hearing that's meant to increase the number of VSOs able to do this work, and that is something that the committee intends to do. Is there any other questions for my colleagues? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for your service and for your time before the committee today. The last speaker, unless I'm making a mistake, is joining us via Zoom, and her name is Meredith Painter.
Good afternoon. Chair Senator Huang, Representative Foster, Vice Chair Senator Lesser, Representative Delaney, Ranking Member Senator Gordon, Representative Anderson, and distinguished members of the Veterans and Military Affairs Committee. I'm Meredith Painter, the State Long-Term Care Ombudsman, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 6910, an act establishing a waitlist exceptions for service-connected veterans in certain long-term care facilities. This legislation proposes a critical amendment to the current waitlist rules for service-connected veterans entitled to United States Department of Veterans Affairs Contracted Long-Term Care Institution Support, where the VA pays for their care in a skilled nursing facility. The only suggestion I would make to this bill would be have the language added to say 100% service-connected in order to prevent any confusion as to who may access these services. It's my understanding that this bill is limited to veterans who are 100% service connected and that they must choose from one of 15 contracted nursing homes to provide their skilled nursing home care. The average Connecticut resident can choose from 196 nursing homes, but these individuals are limited just to these 15. Not having the ability to jump the wait list forces these veterans to seek care far from their loved ones and communities of origin, disconnecting them from their support networks of family, friends, or religious affiliations. Maintaining proximity to one's community is vital for emotional, psychological well-being for long-term care residents in general. We do not want to see these veterans be negatively impacted because they're unable to use this earned benefit. For veterans, staying close to home means preserving those relationships and social supports that are essential for their overall health and well-being, as well as quality of life. This bill recognizes the importance of these connections and seeks to uphold them by providing these veterans with the expedited access to these long-term care facilities close to home. Thank you, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, ma'am, so much for joining us today. I'm honored to meet you. The work of your agency is really important to so many seniors in skilled nursing facilities and long-term care situations in our state, and I'm grateful for you. I appreciate your agency bringing forward this bill and addressing a need that we might not have been aware of otherwise, and so we're grateful for you to give us this opportunity to remedy this. I see Representative Vail has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Myriad. I just wanted to make a statement. I've had the privilege of working with Myriad in the Aging Committee, and as she's a true ombudsman for the actual consumers and the people of the state of Connecticut. So if she gets behind this, I'm behind it 100%. So I don't know if people in this committee have had as much experience, but if you want someone that truly advocates for the people first and foremost, that's it. So thank you.
Well, with that glowing endorsement, I think that speaks highly to the support of this legislation moving forward. Any other members of the committee have questions? Seeing none, have we missed anyone in the room that we've passed over? Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining the Veterans and Military Affairs Department. Our next committee meeting is on Tuesday, the 18th at 11 o'clock, and we look forward to seeing many of you there. For those of you who could not join us and testify in person, we will be reading your testimony as you submit it online. We're grateful to everyone who's raised their concerns and questions, and we hope that we can do our best in service to your needs. Thank you. Bye-bye.